Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 22nd of August, 2023. An agenda has been circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? But before I do that, I should mention that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that again, would there be any additions or deletions to the agenda? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I'd like to add an item to the closed session, and this belongs to closed session to protect personal privacy.
Okay, so I can add that as item 9.3 then?
Yes, thank you.
Any additional, go ahead, Ms. McLean.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we will need a motion to amend the agenda and then adopt the the amendment, and then a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further additions or deletions to the agenda? I would look for a motion then to adopt the amended, or
A motion to amend.
A motion
I'll move to amend the
There you go.
agenda today.
okay. Any discussion on that? All those in favor then? And that is carried. And then a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I just have a question, sorry, first. I just want to clarify, you said it's to protect privacy, but along what line? Assessment, taxation line, even, and then
Yeah.
protection of privacy?
Yes.
That'd be great. Can you accept that as a friendly amendment to your addition?
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. So then I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Ratcliffe, any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I call all in favor. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes of the regular council meeting of the 25th of July, 2023 have been circulated as well. Were there any errors or omissions to note? Okay, a motion to adopt from Councillor Swanson. Any further discussion? All in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 4.1, which is a public hearing of bylaw number 1148/23 for the application number 0523 to amend the land use bylaw. And I will call this public hearing to order. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
Sorry, Reeve, I hate to interrupt you. After some consideration for 4.1 and 5.1, because it does involve a gravel pit and I have a gravel truck, I feel that I should recuse myself just to not cross any lines there. So I am going to recuse myself for 4.1 and 5.1.
Okay, thank you for that. So I shall call this public hearing to order at 9:06 a.m. I'll just outline the process to be used today. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll take a moment to do introductions, and I'll start with Councillor Northcott, please.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Counselor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Morning, everyone. Neil Radcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager, Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dale Hazers, representing Spade Construction.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer and Emergency Services.
Good morning, I'm Vic Maxwell, I'm representing Spade.
Okay, thank you all. To start off, Holly Bealey, our Senior Development Officer, will outline the background to the application. Go ahead, Ms. Bealey.
So Vic Maxwell, on behalf of Spade Construction, has made application for a land use amendment within the southeast of 1837-6, containing 151.9 acres. The subject land is designated agricultural and is located in the Dover Court area, approximately half a mile east of Highway 22 along Township Road 37-2. Please note this application was received in April of 2023 prior to the adoption of Clearwater County's new 2023 MDP, not to be confused with a later council item that falls under a different policy. With this proposal, all relevant policy addressed is from Clearwater County's 2010 MDP. The proposal is to redesignate 18.6 acres in the south central portion of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the industrial district. This area is an existing sand and gravel pit known as the MacArthur Pit, which existed prior to the Improvement District of Clearwater County over 40 years ago. In 2019, Development Permit 5819 was obtained under the agricultural designation for the development and operation of a sand and gravel pit, which is also a listed use under the agricultural or the industrial district, along with equipment storage. The applicant has indicated pit operations on the subject land are sporadic and predominantly used for stockpile storage. Some equipment is stored on site, and the landowners are active in the pit approximately 2 to 3 weeks a year. The applicant has expressed this proposal would allow opportunity for good farmable land to become available to someone who actively farms. Access to the proposal is by way of Township 37-2, adjacent to the south property boundary. The development permit in place for the MacArthur Pit indicates a lifespan of 10 years and reflects what staff would recommend on a development permit for such a use to date. Some of the conditions on that approval are the pit location and mining area, a registered code of practice, site activities, buffer areas, dust suppression, visual and noise mitigations, so the berm and stockpile locations, the haul route, signage and site security, equipment storage not directly related to the mining operation, other required provincial approvals, and the validation of the permit in place, which runs with the land. For reclamation, the code of practice states that upon depletion, the entire area will be returned to hayland and will be completed in the same year as the mining is completed. This pit is essentially a grandfather pit, not requiring development approval due to its age. The pit was recommended, or a permit was recommended following a complaint received in 2014 regarding rig racking, excessive noise, and stacking of semis on the township road. Clearwater County peace officers assisted in monitoring this site, and it was determined should operations continue to this extent that a development permit would be required by Clearwater County. The operators utilized alternative pits to allow themselves time to put together a code of practice prior to applying for the development permit in 2019. The remaining 133 acres of land would remain under its current designation, being agricultural. Access to the remainder of the corridor is off of Range Road 65, adjacent to the east property boundary. A residential parcel was created in 2000 and is located in the southeast corner of the quarter section, directly adjacent to the proposal. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with residential parcels in the area. The applicant is aware of the changes made to the 2023 MDP, wherein all gravel operations will fall under a direct control designation. However, this proposal is to redesignate the land from agricultural to industrial and create separate title, not to amend their existing development permit. Should any changes be proposed to their existing development permit, that would prompt a new permit under the 2023 MDP, where a land use amendment application to revert the land to direct control district would first be required in order to proceed and issue future development permits. The applicant is also aware that once the land use bylaw is updated and passed by council, all existing gravel operations will acquire a DC designation. That being said, this proposal falls under the 2010 MDP, where there is no provision to further subdivide agricultural land into smaller ag parcels to accommodate an aggregate operation, but rather the option to approach council through a land use amendment application to redesignate the land to another district, such as the industrial district, where a sand and gravel operation is a listed discretionary use. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the proposed 18.6 acre industrial parcel. For policy, I am going to run through it. I know it's going to be a little bit long-winded, but it's from 2010, and so I don't want it to be confused with the 2023. So from section 4, the subdivision and development on agricultural land, when evaluating subdivision and development proposals that affect ag land, the ag quality shall be considered along with farming activities, the location, number, type of existing and planned non-farmland uses, the impacts on ag production, farmland assessment rating on the land and adjacent land, the proposed use of the land, and the reasonable availability for optional locations for the proposed subdivision or development. Our economic development section states to encourage the expansion of existing businesses and industries as a means to diversify the county's economic base. It also, when considering the redesignation for subdivision development, where ag is a primary use, we seek to limit infringements on agricultural operations. Section 8 also provides, through the land use bylaw, Clearwater County shall provide a variety of industrial land uses, including a variety of locations. Section 12 is in regards to the redesignation, subdivision, and development. Clearwater County shall implement the policies of the 2010 plan when making decisions and any other relevant policies. Section 12 addresses studies and plans that may be requested, submitted by a professional engineer in order to make a decision, and outlines what should be considered in evaluating an application, such as the impacts on nearby land uses, including agricultural land and the environment, the scale and density, site security, site suitability and capacity, road and traffic impacts, and measures to mitigate the effects. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, the industrial district, its general purpose is to accommodate industrial operations appropriate for rural locations, where farming is a permitted use and a gravel and sand pit and industrial equipment storage is a discretionary use. And I also included what is now known as Section 9 of the matters related to subdivision regulations from the Municipal Government Act for your reference as well. So for policy consideration, the proposed redesignation is to separate the existing pit from the balance of the ag land, to separate the good ag land from the existing operation. This pit is near depletion and has existed for many years. Existing development approval is in place for the gravel operation. Compliance was a past issue prior to obtaining the 2019 development permit approval. No complaints are currently noted on this file. The applicant is taking the proper process to obtain separate title to the land, as the proposed use for a gravel pit is a listed use in the industrial district, complies with the 2010 MDP and land use bylaw, There are no changes being proposed to the existing approval that would prompt a direct control designation. Any changes to the existing approval would require a land use amendment. The applicant is aware the redesignation of direct control will occur with the adoption of the new land use bylaw. As part of the overall process for the new land use bylaw, redesignation will address all pits in Clearwater County. And the present or proposed zoning for the land does not set precedents for what the future zoning may be. In this case, once the pit has been reclaimed, the landowner would be required to make a new land use amendment application for what the proposed use may be in the future. Council.
Thank you very much. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You touched on it a little bit, but I just want to dig into it a little bit more. So if this gets changed to industrial, which it is currently a better fit for industrial than ag, even though aggregate is a discretionary use in the ag district, and we move it to direct control district once the land use bylaw is adopted, because all pits go into that. I'm curious what happens at end of life. Now, you said they would have to come back and reapply for what the designation would be. Will it auto go back into industrial? Because my concern is when this gets reclaimed back to hay, I don't want an 18-acre industrial parcel out in the middle of an ag area. I understand this pit already exists, but when it gets reclaimed, I want to make sure that it doesn't stay industrial. And will it be a DC district? Make it so they have to come in and reapply?
So once the land use bylaw is adopted and they kind of do not a blanket rezoning, but all the pits assume the DC zoning, the landowner would, once it's reclaimed, would have to make a land use amendment back to council to propose what the land will be. So they could revert it back to agricultural, they could try residential, they may attempt industrial, but it would be up to council to approve that.
Sorry, follow up?
Please.
The development permit says that it would go back into hay within a year. Would that redesignation then be required within that year as well and be a condition for the industrial designation or DC, whichever one they are on at the time?
Would it be? No, I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn to Kim on that one. I just want to confirm.
Ms. Gillen?
Yeah, it's not an auto thing or auto requirement. It would just be up to the, I guess it would be up to the landowner to come and apply to change the zoning. So the direct control would stay until it is changed, but like applied for and changed by the landowner. However, under the direct control district, because it would be specifically to gravel, and if the gravel was done there and they put it back to hayland, they would be very limited to what they could do on that property until they rezone it.
I just want to make sure we're not getting a random industrial operation that will then be on a DC district in the middle of.
Have to come to you anyway, because with the direct control, it comes to council for all decisions, but that wouldn't, the district would be written to address basically gravel, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Just curious, is there any other close gravel pits in this area?
In this area, I don't believe there are any directly in that area, but I could confirm that for you. I should have done a map for you. I apologize.
No worries. Supplementary.
Please.
Is there a possibility at some point in time, once this gravel pit is depleted, before they do reclamation, that other parking machinery, that kind of thing could happen? Does that have to come back as a supplementary? I'm just worried once this is depleted that it becomes a parking lot for other industrial equipment, and that's where I'm at. So with that, so would that come back as a change of use in typically
So this storage that's allowed on there is to be related to the operation, so there shouldn't be rig racking occurring in there. If they were to change that use, that would prompt the land use amendment to go direct control now.
Okay. Any additional questions of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You said that the development permit was 2019.
Correct.
We've been trying to make as many of our pits that come in for any kind of a change to have to update their development permits to better suit the community needs, i.e. not 365 days a year, 24-hour crush, et cetera. We've been restricting them to 2-week 24 crush for betterment to the community. Does this pit's development permit reflect that, or in 2019, did we not reflect that?
We address the crushing hours, but we don't restrict it to the 2 weeks like we do now. All other conditions on that approval are what you would see on a permit to date.
One more supplementary, sorry.
Please.
Thank you. I know we're not opening up the development permit, but in a condition of changing the land use, can we open up the development permit and ensure that the community has those regulations that we're having new pits go towards?
You could turn down land use amendment, but we couldn't make them reapply for a permit unless the applicant required it or it was prompted by complaint.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the development officer? Seeing none, I would ask if there were any comments received from referral agencies.
There were, 3 comments from referral agencies. Blue Mountain Power Co-op and Fortis Alberta both indicated they have no concerns. And the Municipal Planning Commission acts as a referral agency. So they toured and reviewed the proposal and recommended that council favorably consider granting second and third reading with an additional recommendation to ensure the development permit in place reflects the current practices and standards and that they have a reclamation plan in place.
Thank you. So at this time, I would invite the applicants, if they wish to add any comments in support of their request or to respond to any of the comments heard so far. Mr. Maxwell?
I think it's been outlined fairly clearly. I think everybody understands this is it's an old pit operation which has been in operation, I think, for at least 50 years. Spates have owned it for approximately 20. There's a considerable area, all of the area has been stripped and the topsoil saved for reclamation, but there is a considerable area yet to be mined. There's no program in place or timetable in place to mine it. The mining of additional gravel at the site will be entirely dependent on work programs that their Spates are able to contract close enough to this gravel deposit. The only storage of equipment that is contemplated on the site would be the equipment used for mining and for storage, which has never been and is not anticipated to be more than a week or two at a time when a stockpile of gravel is needed in that area. So Spates anticipate using this site for a number of years. It's difficult to estimate what contracts a contractor is able to successfully bid on and those that he's not going to be successful on, but the mining of the gravel and the crushing and the storage of crushed gravel at the site will depend on work in the area. Which has been considerable in the past, and we anticipate considerable in the future. And there is a use for the site as a gravel operation, and they wish to maintain it for the foreseeable future. Spates have no interest at present. They rent the farmland, but they would prefer that somebody else own and operate the farmland. Spates are not in the farming business, they're in the construction business. Thanks for your consideration. Any questions?
Again, council's always welcome for questions, but I don't see any at the moment. I guess at This time, I would ask if any member of the public would like to, wish to speak in favor of the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I would check with the development officer to see if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
No, there were not.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would ask if there was any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. If you would approach the microphone, please identify yourself for the record, please. Bear with us as we work through a few technical difficulties, but again, oh. Well, good morning and welcome. If you would identify yourself, please, for the record.
Hello, my name is Karen Froning. I am opposed to this development proposal. I live on the adjoining quarter with my husband, and my mother lives in a mobile home on our property as well. I am against the rezoning of the MacArthur pit from agricultural A to industrial I designation. There are 3 homes right beside this pit, and a very active community center just half a mile away. There are about 10 homes altogether, just about half a mile of this proposed industrial property. By zoning to industrial, the property can then be sold as industrial, and any business on the industrial I list can move in. There is no guarantee that it would remain a gravel pit, and it is very unlikely it will be returned to farmland. The noise, the traffic, the road conditions, and even the air quality can greatly disturb the neighborhood and will reduce the quality of life to nearby residents. There is a reason most communities have a business district and a residential district. They do not intermingle together well. Although this pit is being presented as a working gravel pit, this is not a long-term objective. There is no considerable amount left to be mined. In reality, as reported on a 2019 report prepared by Spade Construction, this pit is nearly depleted, with only 0.6 hectares of aggregate left to extract at the far west end of the pit. It will not be a gravel pit for long, and it will not be a long-term aggregate resource. And then what? Again, once deemed industrial, it's very unlikely that it will be returned to agricultural. There is a county pit located not far from this pit, just south on 22 towards Highway 54. It would be a much more appropriate area to obtain gravel for roads and construction. I don't quite understand why this application is also asking to subdivide this 18.5 acres. To what purpose? This is good farmland. The remaining quarter is a farm crop field, which would be the most practical solution for this reclaimed property as well. Also, I was under the understanding that only 2 separate titles were allowed to be taken off 1/4 section. I don't know if this rule has changed. Also, there has also been a campground operating off of this piece of property on the northeast corner of the property, which I assume must have a permit. And I don't know if that would require industrial designation as well with the new rules. According to the upcoming new MDP, it recognizes that the right to use and develop property should not be at the expense of or cause difficulty for neighbors and other community members. Rezoning to industrial will cause difficulty with noise, traffic, and environmental concerns. There is already so much traffic on this road. The new MDP also states that 5.1.1 Clearwater County promotes continued use of land for agricultural purposes. 5.2.1 Clearwater County shall consider agriculture an important land use within the county. 5.2.4 in making decisions on proposed land redesign action, Clearwater County should seek to limit infringements on agricultural operations. In closing, the good farmland is presently being farmed. Rezoning would have no impact in that area. The county already has specific areas set aside for industry. The county recognizes the importance of agricultural land. This pit is near depletion with no long-term future for aggregate resources. Industrial activity in the pit will cause conflict and distress with neighboring homes, as there are many properties very close to this proposed industrial area. Subdivisions are limited to 2 per quarter, as far as I'm aware. And I was wondering if an environmental impact study has been done on this proposal regarding traffic, infrastructure, environmental issues. I ask that the designation remain agricultural A and not be rezoned to industrial I. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Would there be anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Again, go ahead, please. And if you would identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Tim, and I'm also adjacent to the gravel pit. I'm just here to do some clarification and to show I'm also against it. In 2019, they submitted a code of practice to the government for the operation of the pit. It's actually a 2017 report that was resubmitted, and it was approved in August by the Clearwater. And since it was approved, they had a year to start procedures on the gravel pit operation. I feel that they hadn't, so therefore, that's one of the reasons why it should be voided. Another reason is the code of practice requires 2 years that you have to start. Since I live by there, I do notice certain things. They did do a cleanup, but that was due to the racking that left debris, contaminated soil. And so they cleaned that up, which was very good of them, but it was on the east end, not the west end, where they're talking about taking the gravel away. There is also an abandoned grizzly that they moved out in, I believe, 2021, or 22, sorry. And then they put it into the farmland, and then from farmland in 23, they removed from the entire property. As far as the rezoning, since it has been approved in 2019 as a discretionary use of agricultural, I feel why would you want to change it to industrial? Because it's already been approved. And if they want to continue with the approval, then it should be agricultural. Otherwise, you have to resubmit, as far as I understand. So obviously there is some misrepresentation of the gravel pit. I did supply a letter earlier with photographs showing that there is no storage of gravel. There is no equipment. It's been overgrown for quite a few years. And it started out as a 4-acre private pit. It was illegally enlarged due to the pit tracking to approximately 18.4 acres, which has made it into a Class 1 pit, which means that the regulations are a lot more stiffer. The other problem I have with is with the application for amendment. it stated, the reason to support the application for amendment is many years it was in use as a gravel and equipment storage site. Once again, that's inaccurate. There is nothing in that site as of today, as the pictures show. The only operation that they did was a cleanup to an unrelated industry company and also to an abandoned piece of equipment, so. Also, even in their code of practice submitted to the government in 2017, they reported there's only 12,400 tons of aggregate left in their operations, and in their own words, most of the area is mined to depletion. So you're talking, even in their report, they said 2 weeks, and they would take the gravel, which, why go through all this to do an industrial if you plan on doing the gravel removal and returning it back to agricultural? Because they submitted a code of practice, the reclamation is recorded as being taken back to existing agricultural. So it also doesn't make sense that you're going to have an industrial that's been taken back to agricultural, unless the intent is never to take it back, which means that certain other people would be on the hook for it. One of the other things that I've noticed was they're talking about 18 acres of gravel. In their code of practice in 2017, it was 22 acres. It keeps changing. I mean, there's inaccuracies throughout. So unless I can find a better description, that is why I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Again, I would invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application to come forward. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, I would check with the development officer if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
4 written submissions were received in opposition and 1 submission neither for or against. I did submit these letters to council for their review, and I'm just going to summarize the concerns. Leasing the pit to commercial property or to commercial companies, the classification of the pit, timing of the previous open house requirement, mining area approved in 2019, the possibility of contaminated land, the current state of the land being inactive with overgrown vegetation, nuisance factors including additional traffic, dust, excessive noise, not complying with hours of operation, road maintenance and safety concerns due to the proximity of the highway intersection, the heart of the agricultural community, industrial designation provides for numerous invasive uses in the future, and it does not comply with the 2023 MDP.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Milhouse, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When we, and I'm going to use the word blanket, I know that's not the legal word, but when all the gravel pits get zoned direct control district, even though this will be it too will become direct control district. Yes.
Correct.
Oh, it's gone. Okay, so the 18 acres then will be DC. Their permit will stay the same, meaning then it has to go back to Hayland within the 12 months of the pit depletion.
Yeah.
So I am a little bit confused why we're doing industrial designation then when hopefully within 18 months we are doing the DC district changes.
Well, that conversation did occur with the applicant, but they do have the right to apply.
Okay, and this still will go over to DC as well?
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
Okay. And as I promised earlier, the applicants will have the final word. If you'd like to address any of the comments or anything you've heard up to this point, just opportunity for your final remarks.
Well, only just to reiterate that the applicant has no intended use for the parcel other than using the 18.6 acres as it has been used on demand. When there's a demand, the gravel on site, which I'm not an engineer, and I haven't seen any reports, drill reports, which would tell me that other than what Dale has told me, he said that there's considerable gravel left on the site, gravel enough for their operations for a number of years. They don't anticipate using it for anything other than mine the gravel that's there, probably crush it, screen it, use it in contracts, and at some point then reclaim the pit to agricultural land. At that point, I believe that it has been outlined pretty well already that any future use must require a development permit. It would be it'd be at the county's discretion. There isn't as though somebody else could move in or they could begin to use it for another use. It then requires a new development permit, and it already has been outlined that the intent is
Separate title.
put it back to ag land. So I think that worries about selling it for some, the applicant selling it for some industrial use are probably, I think any potential future user would not purchase a property like this without going first to see if a development application were possible for his application. And I think future use is already predetermined and under control.
Well, thank you very much for your...
The applicant, when they're finished with it as a gravel pit, they'll come back to the county and make an application to put it, and at that point the county will have the final say on what the future use is.
Thank you very much for your comments. With that, I shall close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now, having said that, we do link this with item 5.1, I believe, as well. And in consideration that Councillor Graham has already recused herself from the previous item and item 5.1, we will perhaps move into item 5.1 then, if we could. And I believe this is yours as well, Ms. Bealey.
It is. It's for second and third reading of Bylaw 14823. And staff are recommending that council consider granting second and third reading bylaw. The purpose of the bylaw, as previously stated, is to redesignate from ag to industrial. Any future uses on this property would require a new development permit. And they are looking to just create separate title, not amend the existing approval in place. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed to subdivision to redesignate the 18 acres to industrial. And at the regular council meeting held on June 13th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1148. And as required by legislation, today's public hearing was advertised in our local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and agencies. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Questions for the development officer or motions or Councillor Milhoff, please.
Thank you. If the property is sold, does a development permit go with it, or does a new development permit need to be acquired if the 18 acres, whether it be industrial or DC district at the time, because that is coming, would a new development permit need to go to the new owner?
The application will reside with the land.
Okay,
So that permit would stay in effect. If they were to change any conditions of that permit, then that would prompt coming to council and amending it that way.
okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Who would decide when this gravel pit has reached the end of its life?
Once it's all mined out of there and they go through the reclaiming stage, that's when the end of its lifespan would be. The landowner, they'll acquire all the gravel out of there and then they'll start reclaiming the property.
So it could stay this way for years.
It could. The lifespan in 2019 was 10 years, but it all based on market and projects in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from council? I know this area has been described as mostly depleted by some of the members of the public today. Is there an estimation of the amount of gravel that's remaining on this site at all within the development, existing operating or development permit?
That would be difficult for me to answer. And, I can maybe turn it to Spades to try to answer that, but I know that they have all the outside of the pit is still left to mine. So I'm not sure if you have a more accurate answer.
If you would.
On our last report from we had an estimate of about 700 cubic meters of gravel. That's already stripped off and ready to go.
Thank you for that. Additional questions? Well, this item does ask for a consideration of second and third readings on this application. Would there be anybody willing to make a motion relating to that eventuality? Or further questions? Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we move to second reading.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Even though I think we're kind of going in a roundabout way here, because it's going to be moved to a DC district in hopefully 18 months, because we're opening up the land use bylaw, right? Right? So we can make some of those changes. It does fit better in an industrial zoning than it does ag. I never understood why aggregate extraction was on an ag zoning anyway. That's not supplying food to anybody. This also changes their tax assessment rating for that community, like for that 18 acres, which is then appropriate because it shouldn't be designated ag. It's changing to DC in 18 months. I don't totally understand why they're wanting to change it to industrial prior to it being changed to DC, but that is the applicant's prerogative. And because it's changing to DC anyway, I'll support it going industrial for the next 18 months, and it'll be switched to DC, and they'll have to come back to council for any change in anything to do with that pit. And it'll be full council discretion, and a public hearing will happen at that time again if any changes were made to that pit. So I'll be supporting reading today for that reason.
Additional comments? Councillor Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Alrighty. No, I think future reclamation activities and will allow this property to contribute back to a rural landscape. Can be used for pasture or hayland in the future and contribute to a rural landscape. I've also heard the desires of the residents not wanting the property rezoned, so that's my stance on it.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
I remember being on this particular site 2019 and seeing what had happened at that, and now seeing that it has, nothing's really transpired and I understand it is market driven. I'm okay with the new designation. I'm not sure, or when it does come time, I would assume that this is gonna then come back as a subdivision approval. And so I'm okay with the redesignation of land use, but when it does come back as a redesignation of subdivision, I probably won't be supporting that particular point. So as far as the land use today and agreeing with Deputy Reeve Melhoff in regards that it will be coming to a direct control in the next 18 months or whenever that transpires, I will support the redesignation for the land use as it does seem to fit, and that is the decision my decision as of today.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I really can't, I do have concerns with this, but for the same reasons that Deputy Reeve Melhoff and Councillor Swanson have stated, I will support this change. It's more appropriate to its use.
All right, thank you. I'll just share my hand. I see this as a more appropriate designation for this particular land. That's the use of this land. I think it's more appropriate, and it will certainly be dealt with at a later point of time. It doesn't change the actual use of the land. It is already a developed gravel pit, so I will be supporting the motion before. Any additional comments before I call the question? Councillor Northcott, please.
Just a reminder, this really, a gravel pit really is a temporary use. Once it's reclaimed, it does go back to, viable farmland or contribute to the rural landscape. So just because it's a gravel pit right now, it can be reclaimed and it can go back to, so it might be industrial now, but it can be utilized as agricultural land in the future after reclamation activities have been completed. So.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff as well.
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely agree with you, which is why it's on the development permit, that it goes back to agricultural land. And we do have a compliance officer now that will ensure that those development permits are followed, right? And I'm sure is monitoring those operations, and they would need to require a different development permit if they were to do any of the different discretionary uses under the industrial district, correct? And changes of that development permit, once it's in the DC district, actually come to this table. They don't even go to the Municipal Planning Commission, they come here. So that would then be at council's discretion to any changes of the DC district.
Ms. Bealey?
I just wanted to clarify for Michelle, so after this land use amendment, if it was to be passed, the subdivision application would actually go before the Municipal Planning Commission for a decision. It wouldn't come back to council.
Okay, any further comments, questions? Councillor Northcott.
Just like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. Did staff capture that? Okay, great. Okay, Councillor Cermak, please.
I'm still a little bit confused, Holly. When this gravel pit goes back and is reclaimed, it goes back in the whole quarter, that 18 acres goes back to the whole quarter as agricultural, or is it 18 acres divided off this quarter that goes back agricultural?
Ms. Bealey?
So this application is to change the zoning and create separate title. So it'll be subdivided and it'll be an industrial district. But with the amendments to the land use bylaw that will occur, the land will assume a direct control designation in a couple of years, hopefully 18 months, and then they'll have to approach council to rezone the land to whatever their future use of that parcel they're creating would be, if they were successful at obtaining all their approvals.
So we could end up with an 18.5 acre parcel of land designated what?
Whatever,
Whatever the owner wants,
at
and
your
we-
discretion,
and whatever we approve.
correct.
So it could turn out to be an 18-acre RCA or country
Well,
or,
hopefully it's not an 18-acre residential parcel unless they redo the land use bylaw to allow for larger parcels like that, but they can approach council for whatever they would like in the future.
thank you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Which they would have to do anyway as soon as it goes to direct control.
Correct.
So this is really just a in-between, because as soon as it's direct control, it's an 18-acre direct control district. So it gets separated in 18 months regardless.
That's right.
Exactly. So even though it's industrial now, like if this passes today, it would be industrial now. In 18 months, it's direct control, and it's an 18-acre direct control district. So it's only industrial until it becomes direct control. And then it's council's discretion what it turns back into based on whatever the landowner asks for. But it becomes council's discretion.
And Councillor Swanson?
And hence, if MPC, the next step to this, if MPC so approves an 18-acre subdivision for this, otherwise it's just an imaginary line around these 18 acres saying, this is industrial. This isn't a severed piece at this particular point in time. This still is a part of the rest of the quarter section. And so that's why my ask was, you know, is the next step going to be proceeded? So we've always said that, you know, there are properties in our county that are running the land use illegally. And so hence, this is a way to to properly identify and make right the land uses in our county. So that's the way I'm looking at it. This is a way of making things right. So again, land use, when we redo the land use bylaw, I'm sure we'll find other things that will be out of compliance that will need to come in within compliance. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? All right, I will call the motion before us, which is for second reading. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. I'll be looking for a motion for third reading then. Anybody willing to make that motion? Councillor Swanson? Discussion on third reading. Seeing none, I will call that question as well. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We can probably ask Councillor Graham to rejoin us. Perhaps maybe if we take a short break here, if we could. 10:10. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda today. I'll put the selector in reverse and go back to item 4.2, which is a public hearing relating to bylaw 115/23, application number 0923 to amend the land use bylaw. I shall call the meeting to order at, let's say, 10:11. And I'll just outline the process to be used this morning. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it's told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then, the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submission received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to staff for the background information, I will just, we'll just take a moment or two to do a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Daryl Lougheed, representing Division 3, and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Oh, sorry, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Kim Gillum, Manager, Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
And good morning, I'm Cheryl Lang from Lang's Enterprises.
And Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Well, thank you all very much for your introductions. I will start off by allowing Mr. Bisson to outline the background for this application.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Council. Lang's Enterprises Limited currently holds title to the Northwest 35, 40 of 5, west of the 5th, containing 151.99 acres of land. The subject land is mainly is designated Agriculture District A, and the subject property is located approximately 7.5 miles north of the hamlet of Leslieville. Tom Lang, on behalf of the Lang's Enterprises, has made application to redesignate 5 acres located in the north central portion of the quarter section from Ag to the Country Residence Agriculture District. At the regular council meeting held on July 11th, 2023, council granted first reading to an amended bylaw 1155-23 at the landowner's request. That amendment simply expanded the proposed parcel to 9.24 acres in size. The remaining 142.75 acres of the quarter would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the 9.24 acre CRA parcel. The proposed parcel is a partially developed 9.24 acre parcel, contains a manufactured home pad along with connections, a water well, and an open discharge septic system. Access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses off of Township Road 41-0 adjacent to the north property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter can also be obtained from an existing access off of Highway 761, which is adjacent to the west boundary of the quarter. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the existing partially developed yard site. This will allow the landowners to sell the proposed parcel that they do not have any need for. The yard site contained in the proposed parcel has been previously rented out by previous landowners. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. So as we look into planning direction, we look at the county's Municipal Development Plan 2023. Section 4 gives us some options for protecting sensitive lands. Section 5 gives us some criteria to consider when redesignating or subdividing agricultural land. This includes the consideration of how agricultural land may be affected. Section 6 lists some things to consider when reviewing a subdivision application for residential purposes. Section 10 lists the policy we must consider when it comes to subdividing land. Section 11 deals with the infrastructure requirements around subdivision, so septic systems, access, things of that nature. Section 14 deals with some additional information that we can request when it comes to considering the subdivision or redesignation application. And then section 14.210 through 14.216 deals with municipal reserves, specifically how and when to take municipal reserves. And then I've included a couple of portions from the land use bylaw. You can see the general purpose of the CRA district as well as the acceptable lot sizes of the CRA district. The Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision development regulation, gives us some things that the province asks us to consider when creating a subdivision. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the subdivision of an existing partially developed yard site so the landowners can sell the acreage. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder. Staff reviewed and considered the impact on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes as it has in the past. The farmland assessment rating of the land contained within the proposed parcel is approximately 7.5. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section, or sorry, the third title within the quarter section, and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies, such as environmental assessment reports, to address sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. And as we move into the recommendation, at the regular council meeting held on July 11th, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to an amended bylaw 1155-23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1155-23. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you very much. Questions of the development officer by council? Any questions at all? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How old is the services on this piece?
On this proposed site, I don't have that information. I know I was up there in approximately 2017, and there was an existing home at that point that was connected into it. Judging by the septic tank lid that's out there, I don't believe that pump out system and the holding tank would be that old.
Okay.
And the well in the well house is fairly new. It's not old and dilapidated in any way.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Already sort of two questions, but it's for the cash in lieu for municipal reserves. What would the estimated amount be for the cash in lieu? And at what point through this process are those funds, when do they have to be paid to Clearwater County?
Sure, so if this gets approved, and the applicants proceed with the subdivision, one of the conditions will be municipal reserves being collected. The amount would be approximately 10% of the value of the land. If they use the county's standard numbers that we've been using for the last number of years, you'd be looking at about 20,000 per acre, which multiplied by approximately 10, we'd be looking at a $200,000 parcel, evaluation for that parcel. 10% of that would be $20,000, approximately.
And at what point through this process does the applicant pay those funds to the municipality?
It would be at the very end of the process, once the subdivision is approved, before it gets sent to land titles to be registered.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. An outstanding question on this parcel was about the pump out for the septic and the location of that. Do we have any further information on that?
My understanding is that it's located basically in the south central portion of the parcel, sort of directly to the east of where that existing manufactured home was, in the aerial photo that's on the screen there.
Okay, because the question was around the clearance.
Oh, does it meet the 90-meter setback? I can't answer that at this point. As part of, if this does get approved, we will ask the applicants to provide a survey sketch of the property, and it will indicate where that pump out system is.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions for the development officer? I would ask if there were any comments received from referral agencies.
Sure. There was, so from TELUS, Fortis, Public Works, and Imperial Oil, there was no comments or concerns. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received, and AHS is satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. And they also included some of their standard setback, required setbacks for a parcel. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments with respect to the proposed land use amendment. Pursuant to section 618.3 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the ALSA plan, if applicable. Pursuant to section 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. Transportation and Economic Corridors has no objection to the proposed land use amendment. No direct access off of the highway and there is sufficient local access. The department anticipates minimal impact on the highway from the proposal. The existing approach to the residents on the remnant title may remain with no additional accesses directly off of Highway 761 allowed. However, this may be revisited with subdivision and may potentially require a service road to ensure future access management requirements are met. And then the Municipal Planning Commission, MPC reviewed the application August 17th, 2023. MPC recommended that Council not favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application 0923 to amend the Land Use Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Mr. Bissonton, this piece of property has some pipelines on it. Is all the stuff that's there, is it outside of their right of ways?
I believe the pipelines run down the west, sort of in the westerly portion of this quarter. So yes, I believe the pipelines are off of this parcel.
Well, it looks like there's two pipelines that go through that parcel. One coming from the west and then turning going north, part way down, and then one coming on an angle from the west going out the south boundary.
Sure, so I do see that the bylaw, the pipeline layer is turned on there. Yes, so there are pipelines that cross through the northern portion of that parcel, and it looks like there's one that kind of cuts diagonally through the parcel as well.
Yep.
Referrals were sent to those oil companies, and from what we see here, Imperial Oil was the only one that responded back with no comments or concerns.
So we don't know where people could put something to live in if it would be encroaching on right-of-ways.
I would suggest that the existing pad is for the mobile home would be a sufficient location, and there is sufficient area further to the west on this parcel further to the east on this parcel as well for developable space.
Oh, okay. And sooner or later, this oil well or gas well that comes along there is gonna leave a sliver of land there that's gonna belong to the quarter.
And that's certainly something that could remain there and provide access. I believe Clearwater County's policy is to allow for approaches per half mile, and this would not that would not impede that regulation from Public Works.
Okay. I think before I could approve this, I would need to know a wastewater service study.
So perhaps a survey sketch would be sufficient, indicating the location of the septic system.
Yeah, or where it's proposed to discharge and stuff.
Okay, the discharge is already in place there.
But we don't know.
But we don't have the exact identified on a survey sketch. That is something that, as the planning department has discussed in the past, because this is a new process, we haven't been asking for a survey sketch right off the hop for a land use amendment. Typically we would if it's a developed site, but just because this is a fairly new process going through amendments, we certainly don't want to burden applicants with additional costs if we don't know where council is going, I guess, with approving applications.
So at this time, we're only looking at land use?
That's correct.
Not a subdivision?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And a comment you made earlier around the number of approaches, am I correct looking that there are 4 approaches on that section of road? One looks very small, but it still must be an approach.
That is correct. There are 4 approaches, one into the existing acreage, one to that oil site, one to the proposed acreage, and then one to the oil field site in the northwest corner.
Just on that side of the road, and then there's 3 more on the other side of the road, so there's 7 within a half mile on that particular road, not 2.
Okay. Any additional questions? As always, I place a high value on the recommendations that comes from our Development Authority, the Municipal Planning Commission, and I'm curious as to their recommendation. Did they give any reasons for their concerns?
So perhaps I will turn this over to our manager, Kim Gillum. She was actually the one that presented this application before the Municipal Planning Commission last week.
Ms. Gillum?
Hello. Specific reasons weren't given on the decision, but during the discussion, it was mentioned that they felt the land to the east part of the property definitely could be grazed by something, being kind of grassland in there. And then also that, you know, even though this picture indicates there had previously been a manufactured home on there and there's services there, there isn't a current residence there to actually consider for subdividing off. So I think that was their main reasons for not going forward with this application.
Thank you. Any additional questions? At this point of time, I would ask if the applicant would wish to speak.
I do.
Speak to her application or any of the comments she's heard so far.
I do, thank you. I have some prepared remarks. So hello and good morning. I am here today to ask for your support with our change of land use amendment application number 0923 from A to CRA and to support a third title of 9.24 acres within the quarter section. Supporting this amendment will fulfill Clearwater County's Council's values within all 5 levels of its goals and visions outlined within the bylaws. 9.24 acres will be sizable enough to encourage population growth, i.e. say a family of 5. It will create neighbors, perhaps bring new trades or skill sets into the community while also supporting local businesses and existing industries, as well as children to introduce into the local school system. There is also the benefit of this new taxable property being developed into a cared-for home site. A third title is uniquely suited for the landscape of this quarter, and in my opinion, the loss of the 9+ acres will not be detrimental, as the farmland assessment rating is only 7.5 out of 100, which is poor by anyone's standards. Anyone that has the argument that 9+ acres is suitable for a large-scale farming operation is mistaken. My family has farmed since the early 60s. My parents have 4 boys and myself. We have been on the dairy industry for most of those years. Our last dairy farm was 11 quarters, and we were milking 250 cows in Saskatchewan. Also for 11 years, we ranched up in Fort St. John. We calved out 11 head, which 200 were replacement heifers every year. The ranch was 3,000 acres with a 30,000 acre range. So when I say these 9+ acres are not suitable for a larger scale farming, I feel quite confident in this opinion. This third title will also give precedence to help with land-based availability for much needed population growth in this county. There's a beautiful 4-lane highway being built for the future. It is truly a gift for this county and Rocky Mountain House. Let us help ensure that this highway does not become a direct route out of this county because of lack of CRAs, and instead consistently build a base of affordable, sizable properties. On a personal note, yes, this would be a financial benefit to us as landowners, as my parents are in their 80s now. But it is a clear benefit to Clearwater County as well. So please consider supporting our application, and thank you so much for your time today. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I would check with the development officer to see if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
None were received.
Okay. All right, at this time, I would ask, oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself too. I would ask anyone in favor of the application, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to come forward. And one more time, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And as Mr. Bisson said, there were no written submissions in favor of the request. At this time, I would ask anyone opposed to the application to come forward, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Good morning, and if you would identify yourself and your organization, if any,
Okay, I'm Marianne Cole, as many of you know, and thanks to Lorne, I'm here because he was the one that told me about this application. I had seen it in the paper and saw that there was going to be a public hearing for a land redesignation of 9.24 acres. And I just assumed that, that would have been, the extra acres were to encompass shelter belts or driveway or something. And then after getting the phone call from Lorne and going to see the property, I realized that those weren't the reasons. Anyway, before I start, I'm going to come around with some pictures. I did send pictures up, but I wasn't sure how clear they would be on the screen. So I'll just hand these around before I begin.
And I would look to Ms. McLean, those are going to be part of the presentation, so the public viewing at home will be able to see those. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Reeve Lahi, Deputy Reeve Malhalf, councillors, staff, applicants, and members of the public. The first and most notable concern that I have is the change in allowable acres from the initial application to redesignate 5 acres from Agricultural District A to Country Residence Agricultural District CRA to 9.24 acres. This contravenes both the newly approved municipal development plan as well as the existing land use bylaw, both of which allow for a maximum of only 7 acres, unless a larger parcel size is deemed necessary by the subdivision authority to A, encompass existing residential amenities and facilities, such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, and driveways associated with the farmstead, or to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation. And that's the MDP policy 10.2.3. The land use bylaw 13.44, Country Residence Agricultural District CRA, the acceptable lot size states for residential use 1.46 to 2.02 hectares or 3.6 to 5 acres unless an applicable statutory plan or outline plan in accordance with section 6.2.20 of the Municipal Development Plan provides for a parcel size between 1.62 to 2.83 hectares, 4 to 7 acres. If we look forward to the next page, can we just go to the next page briefly? This is the initial 5-acre proposal, and you can see there is no additional shelter belt right beside the red line on the right-hand side there. There is no additional shelter belt or driveway needed to exceed the 5 acres, and the parcel is not fragmented. Furthermore, there is neither of the applicable plans mentioned in the land use bylaw. Consequently, there is no justification to exceed the allowable 7 acres. Staying within the original 5 acres would certainly be commendable. Now, if you can go back to the concern page. As stated in the application for redesignation, the remainder of the quarter section will be more appealing to potential purchasers without the additional residential site. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the future purchasers might want to keep it for their own use, rental, or for grazing, which it is currently being used for. On the original 5-acre application, information provided suggested, and I quote, Existing use of the land was, as noted, derelict and empty. This is not true. It is certainly being used for grazing, and the pictures that we will see shortly indicate its usefulness in that regard. A description of the land on the application was written as overgrown lawn. With the current grazing on the resident site, the lawn is not overgrown. The additional land being proposed for redesignation is a brushed area that has not been well cleared, but is growing good grass for grazing. In addition, under the, quote, reasons for proposed subdivision, it is noted that the land surrounding is hilly pasture, not suitable for cultivation, with lots of trees and stumps, or lots of tree stumps. There certainly are lots of tree stumps, but further pictures I will show provide evidence that it is very suitable for grazing, and that is equally, if not more important, in our area. We are well known for our grazing abilities in this county, and people haul their cattle long distances to take advantage of that very valuable resource. Comments just presented this morning say that the subdivision, it would potentially increase population and be a benefit to the area and the schools, and I certainly agree, but that can be easily done on 5 acres. 5 acres can be a sizable, affordable property that is a benefit to the county. As we again look at the overhead diagram of the initial proposal, can we go to the next slide? Okay. The area to the east is the part that has been brushed, but is providing good grazing. Now, down in the very southeast corner of the initial proposed there, you can see a cattle trail leading up to the southwest corner of the additional proposal. So there is a connection of the larger grazing area to the south and this area that is being suggested as being part of the amended redesignation. Now, if we go to the next page that shows the increased size, you will notice that the grazing area that would be lost with the additional acres, if it were to remain part of the quarter, the fence could be removed and a new one put on the east side of the well site, thereby increasing the grazing area. Because not only could you graze, and I'll just, how do I get the? Oh. Here, so not only if you just kept it to the 5 acres, not only could you increase the grazing here, but then if the fence were removed here, you could, and maybe put alongside to, keep them out of the hay ground, but you would also be able to graze the well site as well. There is a cattle guard on the oil lease road at the southwest corner of that first parcel out. Okay, let's go on to the pictures. And thanks to Lauren, I was able to go and see these. Now you'll see on the first one on the left-hand side, that is the driveway into the original building site off of 41-0, and it's unfortunate that the color isn't very good, but on either side of the gravel road into there is nice green grass for grazing, and it's a great residential location with I'm sure it would have a beautiful site to it. So, a 5-acre subdivision is certainly, applicable. If we look at the east side of the proposal, this is where the additional acres occur. You can see where there has been the brushing. And now it's very difficult in this picture that's up on the screen, but there is a cow grazing up in the very top right-hand corner of the picture. If we go to the next picture, okay. Now, the picture on the left shows the condition of the majority of the area that would be in the additional proposed acres to be redesignated. It is the area directly north of the well site and shows the condition of the land that has been somewhat cleared. Now, I'm not sure an acreage owner would be too interested in clearing up the rest of the downfall and the stumps, or have the equipment or expertise to do so, but the cattle certainly enjoy grazing it, and you can certainly see the one belted cow in the sort of in the left-hand side of the picture, and there's one right up by the trees on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, you see the west side of the land, to the west side of the oil lease. This isn't land that is involved in the land redesignation, but it shows you the potential for grazing. Okay, going on to the next picture. There. You can see the unused grass perimeter just beside the gravel road there, and then the hayfield behind it. As mentioned earlier, this perimeter could become part of the grazing area along with the additional proposed redesignated area if it were to remain part of the quarter. And you can see there where on the right-hand side, the oil lease, it's perfect, or the installation is perfectly fenced off, and there's, like I say, very good grazing around it. Okay, the next pictures. Now, I took these pictures just to show you that grazing can occur very close to oil lease installations and on, the perimeter around there. And so certainly in this case too, if the additional acres weren't subdivided off, they could join in with the oil lease on this property and increase the grazing. In conclusion, I want to reiterate the numerous comments heard during the MDP public engagement sessions that stressed it is absolutely crucial that we preserve valuable farmland. The most valuable farmland we have here in this county is grazing or hayland. Valuable time, effort, and tax dollars were expended to ensure that goal, and you as a council adopted the guiding document to support that. Now it is your responsibility to adhere to those guidelines. And I might add that I commend Councillor Swanson for her comments about Council's wishes to do things right in the earlier public hearing this morning. As such, with this application, there is absolutely no justification for exceeding the allowable acres in this application. Consequently, if you could amend the application in first reading to change from 5 acres to 9.24, you can now amend it back to the original to ensure that you actually uphold the rules or guidelines of your own document. And I must commend MPC for their recommendation not to approve the additional acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Again, I would invite comments from any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, a member of the public wishing to speak in opposition.
Consider what I can do in my property. This is sick.
If you would please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm
And-
Lauren Humphrey. I'm a landowner in the area, actually right next to all this going on. And I oppose this proposal in its entirety. It's wrong on so many parts. I don't know how it got to this point where we're all here. I would have thought maybe this would have got caught when it was applied for and said, well, you know, it's too big of an acreage. Actually, you already have 2 acreages out, or have 2 parcels, and this would be a 3rd parcel. And I don't even know where to start. It just seems like now every member has to come to these to talk. So I thought we had a thing in place. And I'm sorry, guys. I don't know the proper protocol for how y'all doing this morning, but I'm already past that point. So thanks for letting me talk. I made a bunch of notes. There was some of the stuff I seen in this right off the hop where the septic system that it was being talked about being on one page it was an open discharge system, and then it refers to it as a pump out. And is that a pump out with an open discharge? Well, this sewer system was put in. When it was put in, I wasn't there, but I am familiar with it as the property used to belong to my brother. So it was put in, and there wasn't any setback requirements because he owned the whole quarter. It was put in as a sewer system for the whole quarter, so who knows what kind of setbacks. It would be a pump out with a discharge, and if he owns the rest of the quarter, he's not going to complain, is he? So that would have got past that. A couple other items that I wanted to talk about. Again, the property sitting derelict. Reasons for the proposed subdivision was it was derelict. Well, it wasn't really derelict. It could be rented. It was just apparently chosen not to be rented. And it was pastured, which is what the rest of the quarter is being done, is pastured. The fact that it has a well on it and power and a sewer system was put in there, I'm not sure how that makes it derelict. Most farmers would be glad to have an extra well and power so they can water their livestock. Furthermore, it was said in their application, further information to be provided, income generator, land surrounding is hilly, pastures not suitable for cultivation. It's all hilly there. We live in the foothills, and that whole quarter is hilly, but it's also, some of it's in hayland and some of it's in pasture. That's pretty much how a lot of land in our county is. It also went on with lots of tree stumps. Well, that's because they logged it and didn't finish. If you log it and don't take your tree stumps out and turn it into cultivated land, then it's just stumpy land. But as was pointed out, it's still good grazing land. The grass will grow. It grows better without the trees, even if the stumps are there. Some of the other notes I have. Let's bear with me for a minute. Trying not to repeat on stuff that's been gone over, so. The property has been, that piece that was rented out, hasn't been rented out for a long time, has been sitting there. The mobile home's been taken away, and so it's not a derelict property, it's just sitting there being grazed. I guess that's pretty much anything I have to say for now, guys. There was, a lot of it's been covered, but I just don't see that it's a needed extra acreage in our area. We have quite a few acreages around there already. I'm not sure we need more when our guidelines actually state we have a 2 parcel. And I believe this 3rd parcel that we're talking about is being talked about is supposed to be on, is that for special circumstances? I'm not sure on that. I always thought it was just you have your main title and one other title out. But now we seem to be moving to more. Lots of folks like myself who live in the country, we like to live in the country because we don't have all the neighbors close by. My neighbors, best neighbors I got are ones I hardly ever talk to, but I can meet them on the street. How you doing? We'll have a visit. That's a good neighbor. The more we get, maybe we need to put them more in, look at more subdivisions closer to the towns and stuff if that's what we need. But anyways, thanks for hearing me out, guys.
Thank you for your comments. I would invite any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application.
I could say a lot, but I mean, I better not because I want to get into trouble here. You gotta get much maybe through all. Can't look at presumable.
And one final opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Seeing none, I would ask the development officer, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No written letters in opposition were received.
Okay, thank you. And as I promised earlier on, I would invite the applicant to have the final word
Well,
and
I'll see if
respond
I
to
can
any of the things
make
that she's
sense out of
heard.
my scribble.
Okay.
So, the 5 acres on the left-hand side, the east side, it's swampy and sour grass in there. Cows do not like going up there often. And when them and our horses, we have about 8 or 9 horses now, 7 mares, they go up there, they're constantly limping with sore feet and stuff. So once you take 5 acres out, the access there, there's a little swampy pond there. So you won't be able to get there from the bottom quarter parcel. Like you just won't, right at that corner where it is. There's, on the original 5 acres that we drew out, you wouldn't even be able to put a gate and a road in there. So I know the land, it's our land, we understand it, and that is that way until about up to June, July-ish. Then when it's a real hot summer, it dries up. Right now, if you go up there, it's about 1 foot of water in there. So there's no access, because you can't get in over from the other side and go through our cultivated field. There's no way to get into that parcel. It'll be completely cut off. That's why we went, when Dustin came out to see it, that's why we went to the 10 acres. And the shape that way, to encompass that. 10 acres, if you lived in Oliver like I did for 10 years, 10 acres is a beautiful piece of land to still have a hobby farm on, for someone to constantly be fencing it, fixing it up, grazing on it, bring other animals to graze in on it. If they want to, that would be up to them and their business. If you, like the lady said, Ms. Cole, fence it off around the well and back over to the grazing land. There is a big electrical panel there that comes in for that pumper with the meter on it. That is not fenced off. When we discussed it with the guy that was in charge of that, checks that every once a week or whatever, he comes in to check it, he said you can't let the animals graze in there because of all that in there. She showed around the fence, that's a dog chain link fence around the pumper, and it moves so easily. We drove in there and hit it with our trailer one day, and it just moved like nothing. It's not secure. So you get our bull up there, our Clydesdales up there, they will rub on it and move it and start destructive around that pumper. So that's no-go. We already know that answer. The fence along the road is a 3-wire fence, and to put that into 4 or 5-wire fence and redo that fence, would be a lot of work because it is a shelter belt right up against the fence. We're worried about the calves walking underneath that fence. If we had the means to fence that completely off, they wouldn't even be allowed up there. It's a 3-wire, old, rusty, one-strand fence that the previous owners never looked after, and we tightened it up a couple times and took a couple of trees off, and I put a few fence stales in just to jimmy it up to keep the cattle in, or try to. Now that we're getting more and more calves on the ground, they would be able to get out. The Clydesdales, they more or less respected it. The empty trailer that we took off, it was last fall. We had renters in there that the previous owner had in. We couldn't get them out. We had to call the bailiff, and it was during COVID. And that was a nightmare. They left everything in their trailer and garbage bags, motorhome filled with garbage, right full of garbage bags, a 24-foot motorhome that we had to tow down to the bottom and try to dispose of and clean out and get rid of all the garbage that was attracting rodents. We got them out last year, like in the spring. In the trailer we sold off after we cleaned it up a bit, and that we were able to pull that out of there last fall. So it hasn't been empty for years. I'm sorry, but that's just wrong.
Yeah, but they didn't pay rent for 7
Yeah, they
months.
didn't pay rent for 8 months.
Yeah, they got them kicked out of their
It got
drug
so
addict.
bad there, and during COVID, and they were just a young couple. If we could have worked with them if they had been rational, but it just got worse and worse and worse. And the drug use and growing pot in their trailer and stuff before it was even legal. So I can't deal with that. My parents are in their 80s. So to say that we could rent it out and that we just don't want to is completely wrong. It's the new landowners, they can develop it how they like. That would be great. I'm just not capable of it right at this moment in my life. So 5 acres, it's not large enough for any kind of a hobby farm. It'll just remain residential. If you have the 10-acre lot, it will be developed, somebody will buy that will want to develop that into their dream home. So other than that, I don't know how other people can come in and tell me what we should be doing for our own property. I think I have every right to develop it how I would like to develop it, reasonably. It's not like we want to make it into industrial, have a whole bunch of equipment coming in, sitting around, make it into a gravel pit with a whole bunch of noise for our neighbor Bruce, who is a pretty good neighbor, he's a good guy. Mr. Humphreys, he's still a little bit angry at us because of our issue with our fence, which we ended up fixing up, and I could be some of the indication why he's here too, I don't know. That's up to him, for him to say that. He's probably still quite angry at us, but we rectified that issue, so. Other than that, I don't know. That's basically my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And with that, I will close the public hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. Having said that, we do our linking of our items, and so we will move on to item 5.2, first reading or consideration of second and third reading, of bylaw 1155/23, application 09/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I believe this is Mr. Bisson's item, so I will turn the floor across to him to introduce this consideration.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 1155-23 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 9.24 acres of the Northwest 3540-5 from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agricultural District, CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter to create a partially developed 9.24 acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on July 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1155-23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1155-23. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, motions from council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What does our land use bylaw allow in a CRA district for animals?
So it basically anything for the landowner's use and enjoyment. So if they wanted a couple of cows, a couple of horses, they could
We
certainly have
don't
that.
restrict numbers
No, we do not.
in our CRA districts?
We do not.
Thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I have a question for the applicants. I noticed the property is listed for sale. Could you clarify for us just what the intent is around this property?
The intent was
The
we
entire
were-
quarter is for sale.
If we were able to do the subdivision and able to sell it, then we would want to stay on our quarter. Like the remaining acreage. If it doesn't, then we will probably sell it. Because it's getting a little bit too much. We do have a little bit of debt in that, and I would like to get that paid off sooner rather than later, and this will enable that. So we may be looking at going forward with sale this fall and into spring.
Of the entire quarter?
Of the, yes, yes.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
right. We're doing everything in our power that we can, but
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. But if you were able to sell, even if it was a smaller size, you could then age in place with your family, as you have stated earlier. Your parents are in their 80s.
yes.
And then they would be able to age in place on the farm.
I'm hoping so, but the larger size, yes, it would be an increase in funds because of the extra acreage. So I'm a little bit greedy that way, I have to admit. There's no denying that. So yes, that's exactly what I'm hoping.
Thank you.
Additional questions? I would maybe ask a question, and I have seen these photographs of these happy, well-adjusted cows here. Did they have access to the entire quarter or larger pasture? They're not just
No.
pasturing on this one section here, or?
No, they are just pasturing on that. If we could put the picture of the quarter back up, maybe? You can sort of see the fence line. So, yes, so right now from the left-hand red going down around, no. In fact, the smaller size will be okay. So right directly behind the house and right directly below the 10-acre subdivision, and then in the field around the transfer well station is grazing. That field there, that needs to be replanted. It's not very good grazing. But mostly, mainly right behind the house and then down that hill. It's less trees, less rocks, lots of pasture there for grazing. Now on the other side of our driveway, there's grazing there, but it's not fenced off yet. We're having a problem getting the wire up, and our neighbors breaking fence posts off our newly fenced post area there when they're disking. So we have to replace those now before we can put the wire up on those fence posts that were put in last year. But that is, the other is 34 acres in grassland on the left-hand side, left-hand boundary, or right-hand, I'm sorry, boundary. So.
Thank you. Additional questions, comments, motions? Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. Well, I can well understand that there is a need to move the property on because you don't want to strand the services. I understand that. To me, the opportunity from what I've been seeing and what I've been reading, this council had committed at the beginning of our term, that we would provide alternate solutions or multiple different kinds of solutions for our residents in regards to housing. We understand there's a housing crisis within this country, not only within our municipality, but within this country. So to not subdivide it or not to change it at all is, to me, not the answer. I understand the need to go to a larger larger parcel because it would be more attractive. But as stated, yes, the original application was for 5. I can understand the reasonings that were presented to us today, but what is more attractive is a larger parcel for people that are going out. I will make this comment now, but I was going to make it during my council report. I got to meet 2 new neighbors this past weekend who moved to the area that would have loved to have bought more than 5 acres. And they're just moving out of Rocky and moving into the county. So they're young families that would give their eye teeth to have something like this large and develop it. They've got the energy and ambition and the dreams to make happen. So for me, at this point in time, I would I agree that the larger size would be more attractive. But at this time, with the well sitting there, I struggle with the larger size. It makes sense to go large, but yeah, I would be in favor of a 5-acre size parcel, revert back.
Okay. And I'll go to Councillor Graham and then back to Councillor Radcliffe.
I think that I would agree with Councillor Swanson. I was very hesitant for first reading on this one because I don't feel that it really fulfills what our MDP says. And so I was very hesitant because of that. And I've been contemplating it a lot since first reading and gone back and forth. And I agree that would be a very appealing acreage. Like, I know my sister would love to have an acreage that size, and it's, but I would agree, I would support the 5 acres, but I don't know that I can support the 9.24 acres, unfortunately.
Okay, and Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. That is a beautiful spot up there. Yeah. And I agree with your comments that the whole parcel would make a great hobby farm where a young family could have a rural lifestyle without the financial commitment of something larger. For me, a key thing on this, and that's one of the things that 10.2, whatever, that considers, is the placement of the open pump out for the septic and the clearance that requires. And I would like to know that information before I would feel confident in doing the right thing to vote on this, honestly.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Sorry? Mr. Bisson?
So I just wanted to make a comment on Neil's, regarding Neil's comment. If this subdivision was reduced to 5 acres in size, or this land use amendment was reduced, the parcel size would not be conducive for a pump out system. So there would have to be a field system put in place, and that would be done at the subdivision stage as a condition. And that would show up in a real property report or a sketch? A survey sketch, yes.
Sketch of some kind then? Okay. I guess, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have an additional?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify then that the 5 acre size and the existing septic system are not compatible.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess, Councillor Northcott, go ahead, please.
Alrighty, I'll give my comments on this. There was many surveys, there was open houses, there was a public hearing. Many of the residents, close to 80% of the residents, were in favor of 2 titles per quarter section of land in Clearwater County. I think originally, the original intent when people had bought land, and if you go through the Dominion Land Act, was the original intent was for agriculture. However, I think there's been a shift. People now buy land in the rural landscape to urbanize it through the practice of subdividing acreages. This, just to put into perspective a little bit, this roughly 9 acres, if this was to be subdivided off of every single quarter in Clearwater County, it equates to close to 20 quarter sections of land. That's about just right around half of a township. So the size is significant if you were to do this on every quarter section of land. As far as soil quality, I know there was a comment made that the soil quality is maybe not great. A little bit further into this agenda package, there's a letter here from County of Stettler. They've declared a agricultural disaster on June 14th of 2023. Many other municipalities have had drought disasters throughout this province, where here in Clearwater County, we're actually quite fortunate to have the water and rain and the grass that we do to have for all our cattle producers and ranchers. This practice of, this would be the 3rd title per quarter. This practice of subdividing in the rural landscape, I think it debilitates our neighboring municipalities of Rocky Mountain House and Caroline. It erodes a distinct rural landscape in Clearwater County. And yeah, that's just my comments. I'll leave that for now.
Okay, thank you. I guess any further comments, questions? I would just comment that I can certainly understand the rationale behind expanding your proposal to redistrict a larger space there. I don't know in this instance whether I'm comfortable with the expansion of that to that extent. I won't be supportive of that. I take a great deal of value in the recommendations of our development authority, and that strikes me very, very soundly in that they viewed the site, and if they sense some concerns, then they have a greater depth of understanding of the physicality of the site and just kind of the general conduciveness to agriculture there. So if there was a motion for second reading, I would probably be opposed to that as well. But in fact, what I will do is I will move second reading at this time. Councillor Swanson?
You kind of beat me to the punch, but I was going to make the recommendation, and maybe I could offer a friendly amendment,
Okay.
that we approve a second reading with the change of size to a 5-acre size parcel, and then leave it up to the MPC and the to accommodate the septic at that point in time.
In that case, I will withdraw my motion and defer to your motion then.
Okay. I'll make
If
a
that
motion.
makes it easier.
Okay. I'll make a motion to go to second reading with the size of the acreage to be back to the 5 acres.
Okay, did administration capture that? Okay, discussion on that motion then. Councillor Northcott.
So the motion is to reduce the size of the parcel down to 5 acres.
Councillor Surmack, please.
Our MDP says that we do a 3rd title at our discretion as councillors sitting here for succession planning and to take in a viable living area that has a residence on it. This has no residence on it. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Swanson, please.
It currently doesn't have a residence on it, but it has had in the past. And so therefore, for me, this is not necessarily, as the applicant has indicated, that the trailer was removed. It had been occupied in the past, so there has been a residence or even though it was rented out in the past. So if there wasn't existing services there, I probably would not be approving this at all. But because there's existing services there, I don't want it to be stranded. There's been an investment there, and another mobile could be moved, a house could be built, a family could move in, so.
Ms. Gillum, please.
I was like, it won't turn on. I just wanted to clarify a comment that Brian made there. The municipal development plan does not indicate that a residence or existing buildings have to be on there for that third title. It just indicates that a third title is possible should council wish to rezone to whatever zoning somebody may be applying for and possibly subdivide for. So an existing site isn't necessary for council to make that decision, just to clarify.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I keep going back to the country residential aspect, that the land, the whole parcel of 10 acres, 9.24, is somewhat isolated, and I can see a family with a couple of 4-H calves, whatever, using that land for agriculture, that it's not lost to ag. I'm undecided if I'll support the reduction to 5. Thank you.
Well, you may very soon have to make a decision, because if we don't have any further comments, I will be calling the question very soon. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Did our ag department get circulated on this for referral?
No, they did not. With ag services, what we've been doing for subdivision referrals is referring fragmentations to them.
Going forward, can we circulate ag, particularly anytime ag is involved, which is almost always, because there's land in Nordeg that is zoned agriculture. Anytime the ag zoning is involved in any way, can we please circulate the ag department? Because I'm not an agronomist, so for me to qualify what the ag land of the extra 4 point whatever acres is, I would rather hear that from an agronomist than me to determine whether it's good for ag or not. I know that I have marginal land that I graze cattle on too. So, and I do my best with the land that I have. But I would rather have the ag department make that decision than myself. I'll be supporting the 5 acres, the motion on the floor for the 5 acres today, because there is existing services, and whether it is subdivided title to allow for a young family to actually get a mortgage, to actually put a home there, because you can't even get a mortgage if you don't have title of a property. For them to actually be able to do that, it needs to be separate title. It already exists. We're not creating a new parcel. I won't be supporting the 9, and I didn't at MPC support 9 for that reason, but I will be supporting 5 today.
Okay. Additional comments, questions? Councillor Northcott.
Just to get a little bit of clarity, we're just gonna, there's to reduce the size, but then we would still have another motion for the amendment to then approve the 5 acre.
I believe I withdrew my motion, and then Councillor Swanson made a motion to adjust the motion to read that would be incorporating the 5 acres originally proposed. Is that correct? So that's the motion we will be voting on. We won't be voting on an amendment. We'll be voting on the motion that Councillor Swanson brought forward, which really encapsulates a 5 acre redesignation.
Okay, I guess I'd request a recorded vote then.
Okay. Did administration capture the recorded vote part? And Councillor Cermak?
Is the landowner okay with this subdivision and depletion of the 4.9 acres?
Not really, because access is cut off. So the only option we would have is to, well, it is already fenced, that corner will be fenced, is to lease it to the 5-acre guy for his own, whatever he would want to do with it. It's cut off. So it's, that 10-acre parcel would be so beautiful for someone to, like you were saying, 4-H or whatever. It's just, it just makes more sense. So I don't, like 5 acres, if that's what you guys think is best, then I guess I'll have to concur, but the 9.24 acres will be absolutely the best. Because it is cut off. The well site, you can't get access through there because it's a great big berm. It's a ditch and fenced off through the shelter belt along the road, so you can't make access through there. So I'm at a loss. Our only option would be to lease that, rent or long-term lease that to anyone who we were able to sell the 5 acres to. That would be our last option left. Or else we'd have to go through his yard and have 2 gates to go through his yard and into that little spot somehow. I don't know.
All right, additional questions, comments? We have a motion before us. We'll go back to Councillor Northcott, please.
I'm still not 100% clear on this. If we're voting on this land use amendment as presented here, or if we're actually voting on the parcel size itself. And then I don't quite have clarity on this, whether if that's appropriate to vote on this agenda item as presented. It says 9.24 acres, or if we're having a motion to adjust this parcel size down to 5 acres, then vote on the land use amendment with a 5-acre parcel.
The motion that she has made has been
to reduce it to 5 acres.
At 5 acres. And second.
Yeah. Okay, because I did ask earlier and it was just for the reduction down to 5 acres.
If you do recall, it was originally brought forward for first reading at a 5-acre, and then that was amended to incorporate was originally proposed on this agenda item. We're suggesting, or through Councillor Swanson's motion, that be a motion encapsulating a 5-acre redesignation, and that's what we will vote on.
Okay, second reading. Next. With a 5-acre parcel size.
Second reading with a 5-acre parcel size.
Okay,
and I think I asked administration if they captured that in the motion.
Okay, I got it now
And
too.
so
Thank you very much.
do we have clarity on what we will
absolutely
be?
do. Thank you.
We will be voting on? Okay, I don't want to push it forward unless you know what we're voting on. And we're still recorded vote, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. So unless there's any further comments or questions, I will call the motion. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. And I would look for a motion for third reading. Councillor Northcott?
I won't make the motion for third reading, but on third reading, I would like to request a recorded vote as well.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on third reading? Councillor Cermak's light just went on. I don't know how that happened. I think I saw Michelle's finger go to the button. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Councillor Swanson, were you? Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
You just saw the ghost in real life.
I know, this is amazing.
I would make the motion for a third reading.
Okay. I think you were just.
I did not make the motion.
He was looking for a motion for a recorded vote, or he was asking or requesting a recorded vote.
Yeah.
So if you've captured that, and then Councillor Graham has indicated a motion of third reading. And that would be, as we amended it today, to be the 5-acre parcel, of course. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, I will support the 5 acres. I wish that we could hear from our ag department on how to include or if it was justified to include it, or if we had proof of a family that wanted to use that. The issue is, if we make it the 9 acres and then it is somebody that doesn't want to use it, then it is isolated land anyway. So if there is a family that was going to use it, or it doesn't even have to be a family, a person that was going to use it with that parcel, with its CRA designation for 4-H animals or for whatever, then it'd be a different story, but it's currently not going to be, that we are aware of. But it is a serviced spot that somebody could very easily come on, get a mortgage for, and hopefully it would be a family that would put students in those schools. So I will be supporting it again today.
Thanks. And I just remind everybody listening as well that when we redesignate something to a CRA, they're in a list of permitted uses on a CRA. We in no way can determine who will own that property in the future and how they will use it, other than what is defined by that land use designation. So that's what we decide here today. And many of those things are very similar to the agriculture CRA, are very encapsulate many of the same activities. It's really to create an opportunity for those smaller parcels and people to love the spot they live in. Any additional comments, questions? Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, with this lesser acreage, there's 5 acres that we're voting on. There will be always some things that the wastewater, water, all of the property lines surveyed and everything, and it all has to be within our bylaws and the provincial regulations. That'll all be included in that.
It'll come to the Municipal Planning Commission for that.
So
thank you.
If I understand correctly, our development authority will examine what they believe are the necessary studies or information they need in order to further the process towards a subdivision in the future, if that was the process that came forward. Okay, any additional questions on motion for third reading? If not, I call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. And that takes us to the end of that item. I know Mr. Clark has been waiting patiently in the wings for some time. Thank you all for joining us today. And I don't know if he is able to go and bring forward the next item on the agenda, which would be first reading of Bylaw 1157/23 for application number 11/23, and that's an amendment of the land use bylaw as well. So good morning, Mr. Clark. Thank you for being very patient. The last number of agenda items have went a little bit long, but we appreciate you joining us today. Maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions, and I'll start with Councillor Graham.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe from Division 5 Councillor.
Hi, Margaret. Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Division 7, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager, Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, Yale.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Good morning, Margaret Peterson.
Well, good morning and welcome, and I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Clark to introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Item before you is application 1157/23 Margaret Peterson and Lee J. Scott Peterson currently holds title to Plan 932-2396, Block 1, Lot 1, containing approximately 79.89 acres. The subject land is designated Agriculture District. The subject property is located approximately 6.4 kilometers northeast of the village of Caroline. Compass Geomatics Limited, on behalf of the landowners, have made application to redesignate 2.36 acres located in the southwest corner of the south half of the quarter section from Agriculture District to Country Residence District. The remaining 77.53 acres of the south half of the quarter section would remain under Agricultural District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create a separate title to the 2.36 Country Residence District. The proposed developed 2.36 acre parcel contains a manufactured home along with connections to water well and a septic field system. Access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses of Range Road 5-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow the subdivision of the existing developed yard site. The parcel will give the landowners a chance to make estate plans. Attached package provides more details to the proposed development, and the landowner is here to speak, will be present, or is here to speak to the proposal. I'm going through the planning direction. Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision. Section 9 lists the things that needs to be considered when approving a subdivision. County Municipal Development Plan 2023, Section 4.2.1 recognizes the importance of water resources when considering a proposed plan. Section 5.2.3 covers the subdivision and development on agricultural land. When evaluating an application, we shall consider the application on a case-by-case basis. Section 6.2.2 to 3 lists the things that the county would require the applicant to demonstrate when evaluating a subdivision. MDP goals 10.1.1 provides opportunity for a variety of parcels. Parcel sizes accommodate agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, and other uses in a fair, consistent manner. MDP goal 10.1.2 facilitates the creation of additional parcels to accommodate housing options and to serve diverse needs of a growing population. 10.2.1, section 10.2.1, the maximum number of titles that are allowed to created on a quarter section shall be 2. This number includes 1 additional parcel and the balance of the remainder of the quarter. 10.2.2, notwithstanding 10.2.1, Clearwater County may provide 1 additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential or non-residential purposes. 10.2.3 lists what the county shall take into consideration when approving a subdivision. 10.2.4, when considering a subdivision, all or part of the existing farmstead and yard site may be included. 10.2.5 to 11 covers the best location of the proposed parcel and access when evaluating a subdivision. Section 11.2.12 covers the subdivision of subdivision and development requirements and the things that need to be considered. Section 14.2.5 to 6 lists the things that the county can ask for when evaluating a subdivision application. And section 14.2.10 deals with municipal reserves and when the municipal reserve is required. Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw, section 13.4.3 deals with the general purpose of the country residence district, which is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential parcel while not permitting any agricultural pursuits. 10.4.3 lists a list of lot sizes. Policy considerations when the redesignation of the proposed parcel of land is allowed for a subdivision of the existing developed site for estate planning. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter. Staff has reviewed and considered impacts on the adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate the proposal will negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and align with MDP policy 10.2.2. And the provision of municipal reserve be taken as cash in lieu as MDP policy 14.210 and 14.2.11 and 14.2.14 will be a condition of approval at the time of subdivision. Public Works and Regional Fire, along with other agency, will have the opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of the process. Recommending that council grants first reading to bylaw 1157/23 and to proceed to public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This is a less than 3 acre parcel. Typically, when we see less than 3 acres, I know that only 1 acre through the MGA is required for developable space, correct?
Yes.
Will there still be, if this was to go through, would there still be enough, obviously it is developed, but enough setback space to actually meet the requirements in this district? Because there's a lot of buildings very close to those property lines.
Yes, they are, and based off of the tentative subdivision plan provided by Compass Dramatics Limited, based on that, they would meet the minimum setback requirements for buildings that are in close to the proposed boundary lines.
Okay. Can I have a follow-up?
Please.
What's on the rest of the parcel to the north of this?
There is an existing business on the north half of the southern portion of the quarter section, and there are also other residences. There is also another residence just north of the northernmost proposed boundary.
What existing business, sorry?
I think there is a firewood, yeah.
Firewood, okay.
Yeah.
May I say that firewood business is my other son, it's Lee J. Scott's business.
Okay.
And he and his wife just also purchased the north half of that quarter.
Thank you.
I would maybe have a question, maybe it goes to some of the origins. We don't have an awful lot of quarter sections that have been divided essentially in half. Do you have any of the background on how this came to be came to be divided such, it doesn't appear to be from a fracturing type. It looks like a surveyor sketch that created this parcel.
Which parcel are you talking about?
I mean, because we have an obvious quarter section that's had a split,
That
right?
was split in half, okay.
Yeah.
We moved up here in 1975, and we had a partner. And the partner decided that she wanted out. So because we were living there and she was not, we said, okay, we'll take the south half, you take the north half.
Okay.
And then my son, Scott, has wanted to put it back together for years, and so they did just last year.
Okay. Thank you for that. It was more just curiosity because we don't see these very often. I think through our municipal development plan review process, a number of things were suggested from time to time, and some of these examples did come before us. So it's an interesting thing for me anyway. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Is it the intention to recombine the north half with the southern part as one title, which would...
I really can't speak to that. I know the north half is in my son and his wife's name, while the south half, after my husband died, was put into Scott and my name.
Okay.
And I would just want to make sure that there's something there for Mike, because he does help with the horses, he does help with the cattle, and he does help me. I'm 80 years old and I need somebody around.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, so if those two half parcels were put back together, this really would then just be the first parcel out of the full quarter.
Yes, if that was, yes.
Okay. Councillor Cermak.
As it is, it's a third parcel out of this quarter.
Yes, as a current state right now, this will be the third parcel out of the quarter section.
Yeah, okay. And it's big enough. It's over the minimum that we require, so.
Yes.
And everything seems to fit. And now that it's divided in half, I think we had one other one, that another acreage. The smaller portion can't divide, but the larger one can, unless they have written from the other half of the landowner of that quarter.
Well,
I think that's how it worked on that one over at James River.
That was in the 2010,
Yeah.
this is through the 2023, so I believe that revision was removed, but I would
Yes.
look to staff.
Oh, was it?
yes, it was removed, and in this particular case, the landowner owns both halves of the quarter, so it works out perfectly.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were everything right.
Yes.
Okay.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I move that the council grant first reading to bylaw 1157/23 for the application to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that resolution. Any comment relating to that resolution? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I always like to hear what the public has to say, and this will then go to a public hearing, so I'll be supporting first reading. I did have a question, though. Do we have any metrics to determine when a log business or a firewood business or anything has to shift from being allowed as a discretionary use under ag to having to shift to be designated a different district?
Mr. Clark?
Currently, we do not have any metrics in place to determine when it should be shift from ag to industrial.
Because currently it's still a discretionary use under ag,
Yes,
correct?
currently it's still a discretionary use under ag.
Awesome, thank you.
I think most things relating to logs and forestry and that kind of thing are still considered an agricultural enterprise. So, okay. Any further questions around the motion before us, which is a motion for first reading? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Takes us down the hymnal here to item 5.4, which is first reading of bylaw number 1154-23 for land use amendment 08-23. And I don't know if I think this is one of Miss Beely's items, and she's busy joining us here. Oh, Councillor Graham?
We have another gravel pit, so I'm gonna recuse myself.
You're in the gravel pit mode today.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions here, starting this time with Councillor Northcott.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Division 7, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager, Planning and Development.
Morning, Joy. Rick Emmons, CAO.
And Holly Beely, Senior Development Officer.
And yeah, if you guys would introduce
Troy
yourself.
Paterny with Paterny's.
And Daryl Dunlop with Paterny's.
Well, welcome this morning, and I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Beely to introduce this item, please.
So Paterny's has made application for a land use amendment within the northwest and southwest of 1439 of 8, containing 89.68 hectares. The subject land is designated agricultural, located towards the Ferrier area, approximately 5 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House, south of Secondary Highway 11A, and north of the North Saskatchewan River, along Township Road 39-2 and Range Road 8-2A. The proposal is to redesignate 26.86 hectares from the southern portion of the Northwest 14, consolidate it with the 62.82 hectares in the southwest of 14, and redesignate the combined lands from the agricultural district to the direct control district for the purpose of creating one title to obtain new development permit to expand their existing aggregate operation. This is the first aggregate application under our 2023 MDP. So I'm just going to provide you a little bit of background information. Southwest 14 is known as the Stewart Pit, and it's owned and operated by Paterny's. The existing wet pit obtained development permit 5595 from Clearwater County in March of 1996, following an appeal to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Conditions of the existing permit include a development agreement to address the road use, access and egress, hours and days of operation, and the submission of a conservation and reclamation plan. The Stewart Pit does have a registered code of practice under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act and holds a Water Act approval from Alberta Environment. I am going to draw your attention to page 12 of your package because the haul route is a little bit different. So the access from the pit is by way of Township 39-2 adjacent to the south boundary. Proceeds east until it enters internal haul routes through the Fisher Pit on the southeast of 13 and the MPT Pit in the northeast of 13, which are both owned by Paterny's, prior to re-entering Range Road 8-0 and proceeding north to Highway 11A. This route was determined in '96 to be the least invasive route to adjacent landowners. On page 9 of your package, it outlines the existing pit, which is the one you had up last time. Sorry, Alana. And the land within the Northwest 14 to be consolidated with the Stewart Pit is located directly to the north of the proposal, wherein mining will occur through the quarter lines. The total disturbance area within the northwest of 14 will be approximately 18 hectares and will be consolidated with the disturbance area in the southwest being 53 hectares, for a total disturbance area of 72 hectares. As this is currently a wet pit, pit-to-pit dewatering is proposed, and upon reclamation, the lands would be returned to pasture land, some undisturbed areas, and end pit lakes. Access to the newly configured parcel would not change, and they would continue to utilize the proposed or the initial haul route with their previous approval. Surrounding land uses are residential and agricultural, with a multi-lot subdivision to the north and a cluster subdivision to the east. And there are also many active pits in this area. So pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the proposal would proceed to the Municipal Planning Commission for their consideration on the subdivision application prior to returning to council to obtain their development permit approval. And at the development permit stage was where it would be appropriate to address any of the conditions for their permit. So because this is newer policy, I am gonna be long-winded and read through it for you guys. Section 4, the natural capital and protection of the environment, recognizes the importance of protecting water resources, considering the impacts on surface water, quantity and quality of water, and area watershed conditions, considers the aquifer regarding groundwater, and that the conservation of the surface water and resources and aquifer be adequately addressed. And it may require an environmental assessment report that addresses the proposed undertaking, features and resources contained in the site and on adjacent lands, the sensitivity of the feature and resources and the effects, the criteria used to predict the effects and the persons and agencies consulted, actions to mitigate the effects and actions to monitor the performance of the mitigations actions, and ongoing monitoring processes or anything else that the county deems appropriate. Section 7 is the economic development, where it recognizes existing economic activity like the responsible extraction of natural resources and the critical importance of being able to access aggregate resources for building roads and infrastructure, as these resources are needed to build the infrastructure that serves our communities and supports our economic development. It addresses direct control, where the county shall discourage the encroachment of incompatible uses in the area with aggregate development. It encourages the extraction of resources to be conducted in a responsible manner in accordance with industry best practice and the provincial regulations and approvals. Through consultation, the county shall establish an accurate location of aggregate resources to assist in making land use planning decisions to protect these resources from encroachment of incompatible development. It outlines the process where the county shall create a direct control district in the land use bylaw that applies to all aggregate applications. This tool should enable specific direction to be set for particular sites and direction to be made using a case-by-case approach. Existing and approved aggregate usage shall be redesignated to direct control district as part of the land use bylaw update. And should an application for a new development permit be submitted prior to the completion of the land use bylaw update, the applicant shall be required to redesignate the land to direct control and apply for their permit, which is what we're doing today. It outlines when assessing an application for aggregate what may be required, such as the methods and phases of development, operating plan, effects and methods to mitigate impacts, effects on agricultural land and operations, and the proposed measures to mitigate the impacts, the effects on natural capital, the site accessibility and road stability, the haul route, surface water and groundwater impacts, reclamation claim, a reclamation plan, and any comments or permits and approvals from applicable government agencies. It requires the applicant for new and expanding aggregate development to hold public consultation prior to a development application with the county, and provides for the county to apply conditions from any applicable policies in the MDP. Section 10 is in reference to the subdivision of land, because this will be in conjunction with it, because they will need that boundary adjustment subdivision application. So when you're evaluating land for redesignation, it provides opportunity for the county to require the impacts on roadways, access and traffic, impacts on adjacent lands, and any of the applicable residential policies in this MDP. And it addresses the size of the parcel being compatible with the proposed designation. Section 14 is putting the MDP into effect, where the county shall implement the policies of the MDP in their decision-making and may require various studies such as the geotechnical report or traffic impact assessment, water supply, wastewater, stormwater management, to name a few. And it outlines what should be required in evaluating an application. So the impacts on the land and neighboring lands, natural capital, ag land, environment, roadways, again, just to name a couple of them. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the direct control district, where it outlines the general purpose is to authorize and allow council to exercise specific direction and control over specific uses and development of the land or buildings. So for planning consideration or policy consideration, redirecting the proposed land is due to the consolidation request for the northwest of 14, and is not currently addressed in the existing development permit approval. This land must also receive the subdivision approval and the development permit from council, where they are the development authority as per the 2023 MDP. The current development permit does not reflect what staff would generally recommend on a current permit of this nature in today's date. And the development permit stage is where we can address those conditions. And it also gives council the option to acquire additional reports or studies that they may deem necessary from any of the relevant policies I mentioned, and a provision to acquire all provincial approvals. Thank you, Reeve and council.
Thank you. Questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming process. So we're land use redesignation to the direct control district. In doing so, we will have a public hearing, if this was to proceed to second reading, to determine the land use amendment. However, is there a public hearing or public consultation process during the development permit process, which is where the community is actually going to want to hear the importance of the conditions that are put on these pits, crushing times, haul routes, etc. And I think that is honestly even more important than the land use redesignation is the conditions that are put on these pits. So is there a mechanism in which we can have public consultation, public hearing opportunity for council to speak directly to those residents during the development permit stage?
Ms. Beeley?
I would agree with you. I do think it's important to have something at the development permit stage, but the way it's set out, and this is the first one, so this would be up to council. We go through first reading, we have our public hearing, second and third reading, and then the boundary adjustment would go to the Municipal Planning Commission, where in that time frame, likely the applicants would be holding their open house to engage with the public at that point, and then their application would be deemed complete and staff would circulate referral letters as we have always done. And then all those comments would then be presented to council at the development permit stage. But no, there is not a public hearing at the development permit stage that I am aware of, unless I'm missing something. No.
I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I'm curious, is there an area structure plan or outline plan in this area?
No, there is not.
Being as how there's a lot of gravel pits, maybe with the amount of residents in that area, maybe there would be a possibility to ensure that future development is maybe mitigated to understanding the industry that's in that area? Just a suggestion?
Not there.
And on their title, sorry, that they're in a gravel pit extraction area?
Not on all of those,
Okay.
not on all of those titles, but it is on some of them.
As the process was outlined, at some point in time, there could be a boundary adjustment. The existing operations would then be part of that boundary adjustment and would probably need to follow the new rules?
So.
Or do the existing development rules apply to the boundary adjustment? I'm just trying to get,
Yeah, I
is
can
there a
clarify that.
reset, is there a reset of the conditions?
So the conditions that are in place right now are just for the southwest of 14. So there is nothing for the northwest of 14 that will be addressed by council when we approach you for a development permit. Right now, we are looking at just redesignating the northwest and the southwest together to a direct control, and then we will proceed with the subdivision application and then the development permit. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, I guess, what I think I would like to know is does the pit continue to operate with current barriers, fences, whatever you want to call it, to operations with the boundary adjustment? Or is it a reset that new conditions have to come in place with the boundary adjustment?
So the conditions that are in place will be for the southwest of 14 until a new permit is obtained. So they won't change, they can continue to operate until the whole process has kind of run its course. And once they obtain a new development permit that addresses both corridors, that's when those conditions would come into effect.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What's the purpose of expansion? Is the rest of the pit reaching end of life?
I'm gonna turn that to Paterni's to answer.
Either of you gentlemen would like to wade into that one?
Yeah, it's definitely getting to the end somewhat.
Supplementary?
Sure.
Reclamation plan, et cetera, for this pit since it's reaching end of life?
We have one. It's actually 75% complete right now,
Okay.
reclamation.
Excellent. That was my next question, is how much reclamation has actually been completed? Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, the thing to consider today is first reading. And that is basically to enable this to be redesignated as a direct control district through the process. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, just a few more comments and I would gladly make the motion. I like the New Hall route. I like it going away from the general public and away from the local residents. I would like to hear more in regards to when we go to a public hearing, maybe from the residents, local residents area, as far as, you know, what other development is there, other, you know, I understand it's a lot of working pits there. I looking at the page, I could see that. So, you know, what more of that future development, because anytime you have a river, there's usually a large amount of gravel. So anyways, I will make the first reading to go to the first reading. I'll make the motion to go to first reading.
Okay, thank you for
Public
that
hearing.
motion. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will certainly be supporting first reading here today. It's important for us to go to the public, but I do have some questions with regards to the different studies required for this. Are we gonna be requiring those prior to the second and third reading, or are we gonna be doing that at the development permit stage? Because I actually don't wanna redistrict something if the studies don't justify the redistricting of it in the first place, because then we have to go through a process of removing the district and all the things. So I'd rather see us do all of that up front. I'd also like to see us have a draft conditions ready when this is going out to a public hearing, especially if the development permit won't have a public hearing, because the public needs to know what we are redistricting, why, and what conditions we are potentially putting on that district through the development permit. Paterni's is a great operator in the region, so I would assume that they're gonna do a wonderful public consultation. I would love, as the area councillor, I would love the opportunity to be invited to those so that I can hear from them directly, but I understand if that's not something that, as a business owner, that you'd want to do, but I would love the opportunity to be invited to that. But I just think that it would be good for us to have all of the standard studies that a pit is required to do ready prior to us actually redistricting, so that we know all the information.
And I think
If I
there's-
may, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
That is, I know that this is, they may be required, but it is a huge undertaking for an operator to do if it wasn't to be successful. So maybe if you would like to outline like what studies you're wanting exactly, then that would give them a little bit more direction.
Sorry, Reeve?
Go ahead, please.
I understand that it is a huge undertaking. However, even at land and property rights tribunals, if those studies are not available, they don't give the district. Like, they don't, like, we need to know what the factors are for the pit, the wet pit extraction, the studies that are required for the river in order to get that extraction prior to the development permit is what we've done historically through a municipal planning commission. But that was when aggregate was allowed in an ag district. So if they didn't get their development permit, it just stayed farming. So if they don't get the land use redesignate, or if they don't get the development permit here, they already have their land use redesignation. So then it's still a direct control district without being able to actually mine it. So.
But any decision would come back to this council at that time. It doesn't mean, it would be up to the sitting council of the day to determine what an appropriate use of that land would be, just the designation. And Mr. Emmons, you probably would explain this much better than me. I'll turn the floor across to you, please.
Thank you, Wahid. I would disagree with that. I just wanted to roll back. Historically, it's been a condition of, when Ms. Bailey talks about a large undertaking, it's an expensive undertaking. Those assessments and those analysis come with a large price tag. So to go through the process and at the end of the day be denied, it could potentially put any operator out $100,000. So it typically, historically, we've made it a condition of, so subject to satisfactory report, or and MPC has put those conditions at that stage for that reason.
Deputy Reeve, please.
Sorry, thank you. So if we don't ask for those studies now prior to redistricting, and let's say the studies come forward that it's not appropriate for this to be mined, that it's not, that for whatever geotechnical, water, et cetera, comes forward that it's not appropriate for it to be mined, would the condition then be that direct control district section goes back to ag? Like, or is it now just a floating direct control district that's been redesignated through this group without the justification behind it until the development permit stage?
So I would defer to Ms. Bailey on that, but my experience is a year with no activity typically voids out and it would come back and roll back as ag. But I would look for clarification on that detail.
That would be for a development permit, but not a land use amendment, is my understanding.
Right.
I apologize, but, so then the land use amendment will show that triangle as a direct control district that doesn't have a development permit approved because it didn't meet the study requirements, but has a district of it. So then would they just have to come back and reapply for it to go back to ag district, or would it auto resort back to ag?
Just to add in here before we get too far is that Troy didn't say that he believes their code of practice addresses the northwest of 14, which means lots of these studies would be done.
Okay.
So we might already have all this information that we need and could be presented at the public hearing.
And a question I would have, a direct control district, still agriculture is an approved use within a direct control district? Am I correct in
That's correct.
assuming that? So it wouldn't have to be redesignated as agriculture, it would remain as a direct control until it was developed into something else, I guess. All right, we have a motion for first reading before us. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. With that, we will take a break and be back here at 1 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everyone. After our recess, we continue on through our agenda, and we're going to move to item 6.1, and that is a delegation from the STARS Foundation, and we're joined by Glenda Farndon again. Maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Councillor Graham, please.
Good afternoon, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome back. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5, Councillor.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Glenda, Division 7, Michelle Swanson.
Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Okay, and thank you. I'm Glenda Farndon, the Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for STARS. It's a very long handle. It means that I have had the pleasure of working with rural and urban councils across the entire province of Alberta and into northeastern BC for 17 years now. So very pleased to continue to have long-term working relationship with your council as well. So I'm very pleased to bring you your annual update. First and foremost, I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom left corner there, that after almost 38 years, in December 1st of this year, 38 years of serving Albertans, we are going through a bit of a rebrand. So you'll see just a slightly different logo there. With that is, we've always been about saving lives. We continue to carry that forward, but now we have a bit of a new vision as well with the latest in technology, brand new fleet, lots of emphasis on being able to bring critical care in many different forms that we'll cover in this presentation. So our focus now is to provide critical care anywhere. Next slide, please. So, of course, we are fueled by generosity. Previously, since 2010, we had a 10-year affiliation agreement with Alberta Health Services for 20% government funding for STARS in Alberta. Last year, they did make an announcement that they would look at moving to 50% government funding. This would align them with what we are already receiving from Saskatchewan government, as well as an even higher rate from Manitoba government. So I'm pleased to announce that at the very end of last year, they did provide a top-up to 50% of our operational costs. So $15 million in total from 7.9 previously. On an average, a base is about $10 million per base. 3 bases in Alberta, Grand Prairie, Edmonton, and Calgary, so $30 million operational costs equals the half of $15 million. Now, this does not include any costs for our dispatch center, the Emergency Link Center in Calgary, which dispatches all our helicopters, and it does not include any kind of educational pieces as well, so just operational costs. On the expenditure side now, you'll see on the orange and blue that it represents more than 80% of all expenditures are aviation and medically related. So the smaller piece in the gray is the Emergency Link Center costs, as well as this is our 4th year in a row that we remain at 12% for administration costs. Now, CRA allows up to 35% for charitable entities for administration costs. So 4 years in a row at 12%, we very much feel that we are continuing to do our due diligence in this area. Next slide, please. This is our wonderful municipal map of support for STARS annually. And so currently, everything you see green is a municipal supporter annually, like Clearwater County. So now we've just recently added 5 new rural municipalities, as well as 5 more urban municipalities to build on regional partnerships. And we have 4 there that you see that are pending. I have put a request in front of them, so they're pending, and we're very hopeful that they will join as we move closer to a complete united effort across the entire province. And of course, all of the regions throughout northeastern BC have been supportive for 17 years now, ever since we opened the base in Grand Prairie to serve their residents. Currently, we have 9 municipal leaders that are in the red boxes there. Now, they have reached logo recognition over many years of continued support cumulatively. So they all now have reached a status where they have put a significant dollar value in their emergency protective services budget and annually. So they are on a standing motion and at a fixed rate. Very much like what I asked you to move to last year, when you have now moved to a fixed rate on a standing motion. So we appreciate that very much, because that gives us that sustainability that we so much require. This united effort, together we ensure that everyone has access to a robust health and safety network for all. So currently we're generating over $2 million per year from our municipalities in sustainable support. Next slide, please. So this is where we're at for Clearwater County. This is as of August 8th of this year, and then 5 full years previous. So that you can see, first and foremost, Clearwater County, you have a lot of real estate to cover and a lot of rural residents. And so you can see that we cover a lot of your areas that you've had residents or area people that needed support from STARS. In total, on an annual average, you average about 50 missions per year overall. But now since August 8th, as of last week, there's been 3 more missions, 2 scene calls and 1 search and rescue. We are also a resort for search and rescue, as we can be out the door in 8 to 10 minutes and start the search while, the search and rescues or RCMP are putting together their search and rescue teams. So there's been 3 calls just last week, again, since August 8th for Nordegg, Rocky Mountain House, rural scene call, and Strachan. Next slide, please. Now, this is information I'm really pleased to bring to you. This is 10 years in the making. So what we were able to do is access data back to 2010. We'll look on the left-hand side to begin with. Data back to 2010, utilizing patient postal code, where they lived at the time they were flown by STARS. No other patient information. So you can see through all the different municipalities that are represented within Clearwater County boundaries that there's been a total of 250 residents that have been flown by STARS since 2010. Now, this will include rural residents who either have a Rocky Mountain House postal code or Caroline, Condor, or Nordegg areas. So in those 250 residents that have been flown, now if we look on the right-hand side, more interestingly enough, is the areas where these residents were at the time they were flown by STARS. So accidents and illness do not happen just because you're close to home. You can see the red dots and also the listing across the bottom represents all of the different areas where these 250 residents were flown. So across, they've been served by 3 different STARS bases in Alberta. 153 of them were flown from being here in Rocky Mountain House area. 97 residents were flown across 18 different municipalities in 2 separate provinces. This is a testament to the value of our partnership. Your residents have access to STARS all across Western Canada, wherever they may travel, where we have 6 bases, from Winnipeg, Regina, Saskatoon, to Grand Prairie, Edmonton, Calgary, and also serving Eastern BC. As you can see that there's been, and each one of these dots represent more than 1 resident. So there may be, 1 dot may represent 10 or 15 residents. So I think that, it's significant when you look at that to see all the different areas where residents within your boundaries have traveled, and yet they've been served by STARS. So we really, really thank you again for your long-term partnership with us. Next slide, please. So of course, the Emergency Link Center in Calgary, that's our dispatch center, they receive over 36,000 emergency requests every year, 100 per day. And previously, I had brought information to you that we were doing a pilot project about having transport physicians take a shift in the Emergency Link Center. That has presented itself to be so valued that they are taking a regular shift in the Emergency Link Center. So this now provides that opportunity that our transport physicians provide all medical guidance and oversight and procedural guidance on every critical call, regardless of how a patient may be transported, by ground ambulance, Alberta Health Services, fixed wing, search and rescue, STARS. If it's critical, our transport physicians provide all of that guidance. In addition, we are now finding, during COVID, we had a lot of learnings, and so now we're putting that into action as well, where we can FaceTime with your rural residents right here. So even if the helicopter may be out on another mission, that doesn't mean that transport physicians cannot be providing face-to-face, physician-to-physician guidance for critical care to your residents at your local hospital here. So there's lots of advancements going on in that aspect. That's really important and a key factor to your rural residents. Next slide, please. So of course, I was pleased to announce that we had a new fleet, but now as of October of last year, we received the 10th and final helicopter. So we are now fully operational with the H-145 across all bases. We have 10 in the fleet. During this last year, we've also been able to sell off some of the previous BK-117s, so we were able to attribute those proceeds to the capital campaign as well, which was an over $150 million capital campaign. So I'm pleased to announce as well that all 10 helicopters are paid for. So the campaign is complete. So it outperforms the previous model in speed, range, and fuel efficiency. The pilots say that we have, with the fuel efficiency and the extra little bit of range, about an average of 30 extra minutes flight time in any direction to be able to continue to increase our area without refueling. It has advanced avionics, autopilot, auto hover, of course, superior safety features, including that enclosed fenestron tail, that no more exposed tail rotor as we had previously that we'd have to deal with. And last year, we also celebrated the fact that we have now been the first civilian organization in Canada to be able to fly at night with our night vision goggle capability. More than 20 years. That's tens of thousands of patients lives have been saved because we could fly at night, and 50% of our call volume is at night. Next slide, please. So I wanted to bring you a little bit of an insight into just some of the specialized equipment in the back of the helicopter. We have the latest and greatest in technology now for the helicopters that's going to take us forward for the next 30 years. Hopefully, the other ones we had for 37 years. So we're planning and hopeful that this new fleet will take us at least another 30 years. But the importance is the back of the helicopter. The pilots say that's where all the magic happens. And as you can see in the photo, it is very much an airborne intensive care unit environment. But there's also some added features and some very highly specialized equipment. So let's start with the handheld iStat lab. So you can see it's the size of a cell phone, very small, only takes a couple of drops of blood. Instantaneously, within less than 2 minutes, we can have hemoglobin, blood gases, and electrolytes. All vital test results, especially when our crews are running multiple pain management drugs for a trauma patient. It's important to have this and know what you need to do in order to stabilize the patient. Next slide, please. The Hamilton T1 ventilator. It's the exact same ventilator as you'll find in the tertiary care centers, but this one is especially made for transport systems. It is very small and compact, but better yet, it accommodates all sizes of patients. So adult, pediatric, even neonatal patients. 2 units of universal blood. We are an innovator leader in the helicopter EMS programs across North America. We were the very first to bring this life-saving measure on board. And it has been the difference between life and death for many patients. This is blood that can be accepted by any one of us. So we always have units of blood on board for any type of situation, even in rural areas, you know, scene of an accident, anytime where someone may need blood in order to be able to provide them extra time in order to get them to the tertiary care centers before they bleed out. As well, it's also a factor which has been the case for your hospital here in Rocky Mountain House. Because we have blood on board, we are not depleting your own local supply at your hospital because we're bringing blood ourselves. So that's another important factor for rural hospitals. The video laryngoscope. Now you can see on the screen, our crews can actually view the trachea right on the video screen. This is especially important when they are managing difficult airways. So such as a trauma patient, possibly a burn victim, maybe someone that's been crushed on impact. It's really important that we can effectively and immediately be able to intubate a patient, especially when, you know, they can no longer breathe for themselves, and was very widely used the last few years during COVID when almost every patient had to be intubated. Next slide, please. The EZ-IO drill. Now, this is a small little drill. We've had this for quite a few years, but they continue to perfect it. So you can see it's just a very tiny little handheld drill, only used in time-sensitive, life-threatening situations when we must have immediate IV access in order to provide stabilization and pain management. So this allows us to just drill a little hole into a shoulder bone or a leg bone and start immediate IV access. The handheld ultrasound. Now, we previously had ultrasound, but it was a very cumbersome, big, boxy unit that we had to put at the foot of the stretcher at the patient's feet. Now it's the size of a cell phone. Again, the way the new helicopters are equipped with Bluetooth, integrated Wi-Fi, and satellite connectivity. Now we can use this handheld ultrasound that provides rapid test results for the immediate diagnosis of collapsed lungs, trauma-related internal bleeding, heart abnormalities, and even fetal compromise in an ill or injured pregnant mother. So with the way the helicopters are equipped, once we have these test results while we're en route to the hospital, we can actually in real time transmit the test results to the receiving doctors at the receiving hospitals so they can expedite their treatment plan. And of course, we have our transport physicians having a shift in the Emergency Link Center. So they're doing all the background work. They're coordinating all the logistical arrangements with the hospital for scheduling a neurosurgeon, scheduling the cardiac cath lab, whatever the case may be with that particular patient while we're en route. So once we arrive, now that patient can completely bypass emergency, go directly into trauma surgery or the cardiac cath lab, CAT scanner for stroke, whatever the case may be. So we are saving time on both ends now. Pain management drugs. Now we carry a plethora of pain management drugs, including the thrombolytics for stroke or query stroke patients. So this means that we now have agreements with all hospitals across Western Canada that are on the stroke protocol. So that our transport physicians, again, once they know that it's a possible query stroke, they will contact the nearest hospital that has the CAT scanner on the stroke protocol, alert them that we are en route with this patient, that we can land, that patient can go directly in, be CAT scanned, and then determine whether or not it warrants giving the thrombolytic drugs. Because there's different types of strokes and you have to know what type of stroke in order to be able to apply the thrombolytic drugs. transport physicians. They also sometimes, especially in situations where it's a very sick, like a septic patient at your rural hospital, then our transport physicians will also attend with our crew. So we can fly up to 5 crew members at a time with a patient en route. So once in a while they'll come, which is why we carry the physician's kit as well, to include a central venous catheterization line, as well as temporary pacemaker, because sometimes they need to insert that just in order to stabilize a patient while we're en route to the cardiac cath lab. So that's just a small example of some of the really highly specialized equipment. Next slide, please. But of course, with the latest and greatest in the new helicopter fleet and all of this specialized equipment, it also means that you must have the very highest level of critical care expertise in your crew. And so there is an international, this is worldwide, international critical care competition. It's a very rigorous simulation competition, and they basically throw the book at every pair of crew members from around the globe. STARS has always participated in this now for 20 years. We host our own internal competition to allow our crew members to compete against each other, so only one team of 2 annually has the honor to represent STARS internationally. So this year, it was our team from Saskatoon. In the 20 years that our STARS teams have participated, STARS has placed top 3 in the world all 20 years. Last year, in October of 2022, they took first place. This also marks the 7th time in those 20 years that STARS has also been first place. We very much are honored to bring the highest level of critical care to your residents. Next slide, please. So in closing, I would just like to say thank you again. Thank you, Clearwater County, for your leadership. We thank you for your ongoing dedication to STARS, and we thank you for your consistent and unwavering support for STARS. Your current pledge of support now is at a fixed rate of $25,000 per year on a standing motion, meaning that we're not being forgotten and that we are a line item in your budget each year, and we appreciate that so much because that provides that sustainability as the mission rate continues to increase. You know, originally we were at about 10 missions per day across the 6 bases. Lately now, we are seeing the horrible effects of COVID, the after effects of post-COVID, the wildfire situation with a lot of respiratory distress and a lot of hospitals calling us for help for that. In addition to the 10 regular demands, daily demands. So we've seen missions upwards of 15, sometimes there's been 20 missions per day. It's a significant increase. And then, of course, we still have increasing fuel costs, increasing medical supplies. So being able to have a locked-in fixed rate amount is vital to us knowing what we can count on. So thank you again. Literally, a life is saved every day, and partnership makes it possible. You've made it possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us today. And would you have time for a few questions if council had some?
Absolutely.
I know that I think Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff has been sitting on her hands and pressing the button for a whole 30 minutes. So we'll turn her loose to start with. And then,
So, thank you, Reeve. You said since 2010, 250 of our residents were wonderfully served by your STARS. Do you happen to know how many since 2010 were served that are not residents? Do you have to have that information from 2010 to now? A lot of our West Country is recreation, so therefore they're not actually residents.
Yeah, this would include, Rocky Mountain House, whether it's Rocky Mountain House actual town residents or it's rural residents. We were only able to just utilize the postal code. So a lot of rural residents will have a town postal code.
For sure.
Right.
But our Western boundaries are recreated significantly in by non-locals, i.e. Calgary, Edmonton, Grand Prairie, like, do you happen to have the numbers of how many of those were not from here?
No, because these are specific to your
Our region,
area
yep.
locally. I have presented in the past kind of a neighborhood 5-year overview of how many missions, you know, could be your residents in neighboring municipalities or neighboring municipalities that were flown within your boundaries, right? But it's, as I said, this has been 10 years in the making just to be able to pinpoint your specific area residents, you know, which I find that many municipalities really value this and just the fact that they know where their dollars are actually helping their residents in their local area.
Absolutely, thank you.
So I'm sorry, no, I don't have
No, it's,
that.
I just know we have a lot of people that recreate,
Yes.
that are not from here at all, that benefit from this service as well. So it'd be nice to show how many of our other municipalities, people, we are
Right.
making sure that we're assisting in this endeavor as well.
Well, I'll try to remember to bring you another neighborhood slide on a 5-year, just with all your bordering neighbors, because then that gives you kind of an idea of not exactly who is and who's not, but what's happening in your region, you know.
Any additional questions? Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to your updates, and we recognize how vital your service is, and we wish you continued success in the future as well. So thanks again for being with us today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's great to see all of you. And I did bring Rick a calendar, and the new calendars are just coming out now, so you can go to stars.ca if you online now for purchase, as well as our latest Horizons magazine, which kind of showcases a lot of different stories here where the advancements of being able to provide critical care virtually as well as physically is really, you know, helping a lot of communities and saving lives.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Travel safe home.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. So we'll revert back to section 5 of the agenda today, and we had a number of unfinished items in that section. Sorry, yes, Councillor Swanson, go ahead, please.
That's all right. I'll just make a motion that council has received the STARS Foundation update as presented. And we consider that the foundation's annual request during our 2024 budget deliberations.
Thank you for that. I was getting ahead of myself. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Again, we'll revert back to item 5, and more specifically item 5.5, I believe. Or did we just, yeah, I had that one checked off. With 5.5, do we have an electronic delegation for the next one? Okay, fair enough. So 5.5 is notice of motion, land use bylaw kickoff event, and I believe this was a motion or a notice of motion brought forward by Deputy Reeve Melhoff at some point in time. I think there's a suggestion that perhaps that notice of motion may be superseded by some of the other items brought forward today as well. Maybe Deputy Reeve Melhoff, there is a mention there of a potential withdrawal of that notice of motion.
For sure, thank you, Reeve. I have a few questions before I look at withdrawing this notice of motion. The reason I brought it forward is I wanted to ensure that the land use bylaw got started. So one, we didn't get caught in an election cycle. But two, that we didn't miss the opportunity to create a steering committee made up of the community to help steer the land use bylaw, and that we get out to the public in between, if possible, harvest and the next phase of farm world. So that was my main intent here. Because if we don't get on opening the land use bylaw, building a steering committee, building a term of reference for that committee, we won't be able to get out to the public by end of September, beginning of October, which I'm assuming is for everybody else, the most ideal time. So that's what this notice of motion was meant for. And if that is the case, if that is what is the plan here, then I would look at withdrawing that motion. But if that is not, then I would let the motion stand and let council vote on it.
And Ms. Hager, maybe you have the first light, so if you would.
You betcha. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, members of council. Good afternoon. I wasn't certain which order the notice of motion item would come with the land use bylaw rewrite item, so I do apologize. It would have been maybe more ideal to have it after them, though some of those questions would be answered for Councillor Malhoff. Certainly, if the motion was made as it stands from the previous meeting, it may be addressed in the same meeting, so I just wanted to be clear that the agenda item was already in the works to be prepared, which is totally acceptable if the motion stands, and then we can go into the discussion in the next item that Kim will introduce for council. And so just wanted to provide that background, that work was underway with that third-party consultant that started in June in terms of the timeframe planning, and again, that's the next item coming up for council's discussion.
Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Is it possible then to go on to the 5.7 and come, or is it 5.6 and go back to 5.5? Is that an option? If you wanted to table it, the item, you could do that. I would suggest the motion itself does no harm to make it. It's just so council would be aware that motion would then be addressed with the next item in the same meeting, which is unusual, but that's where we're at.
Sure. Do you have a comfort level with that being the process where we would table your notice of motion and then go through the next item?
Absolutely.
And see if that meets all the concerns that you
for sure
had, and then.
And if it does, then I can withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, we can vote on it.
That makes sense. So I guess a motion to table.
Yep.
5 point.
Motion to postpone 5.5 until later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call that motion. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. So with that, believe that takes us to 5.6, and I think that one requires a connection with an online representation or delegation. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, Reeve. Unfortunately, she has a conflicting appointment, so she will not be able to attend.
Okay, so we can, not attend at all today?
No.
Okay, so I guess we need to probably table that. Go ahead.
No, I was going to present the item. Liz was just going to be available to answer questions, maybe for comment or questions specifically to her, but hopefully I can answer most of your questions.
Well, that's terrific. Thank you so much. With that, I'll turn the floor across to you to introduce the item then, please.
Thank you. So the current Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 71201, or also known as the LUB, is more than 20 years old, and the changes that have taken place during the last 2 decades require comprehensive rewrite. The majority of the 2001 document was carried over from the original 1987 bylaw. The process of reviewing and rewriting will allow administration and county residents to assess existing standards, which might now be outdated, and incorporate new standards that align with the shifts in land use observed over the last 2 decades. Reimagining the land use bylaw will increase clarity, readability, and user-friendliness. With a robust public participation plan, the Land Use Rewrite Project is intended to provide the public with multiple opportunities to provide input to enable the public to feel that they have been adequately consulted in resolving the issues that are currently experienced with the existing document. Administration is proposing a series of kickoff events that will include in-person public open houses in Nordegg, Rocky Mountain House, Caroline, Leslieville, and an online virtual event for those who cannot attend an in-person event. We have attached a communications and engagement plan, and we have some dates in there that I will discuss shortly regarding those events. In addition to the public open houses, a public advisory committee and council steering committee will be established to offer continuous project guidance throughout its development. The expectation is that the 2 committees will convene during project peaks to offer input on the rewriting direction and to address specific emerging topics and concerns. Targeted stakeholder meetings will be used to solicit feedback from identified stakeholder groups. A series of final public open house events to review the draft land use bylaw will include in-person public open houses in Nordegg, Rocky Mountain House, Caroline, Leslieville, and an online virtual event for those who cannot attend in person. Both the steering committee, council steering committee, and the public advisory committee will be governed by the terms of reference, which set out the goals and expectations of each working group. I will be bringing the terms of reference for both committees to the next council meeting for discussion and approval if we're moving forward the project as presented. Membership in the PAC, which is the Public Advisory Committee, will be voluntary, and the opportunity will be promoted for a duration of 2 weeks to attract interest and collect applications for potential candidates. From the received applications, council will select the most suitable candidates to constitute the committee. And we plan to align the advertising for this with the other boards and the organizational meeting in October. To draw from user groups possessing a breadth of knowledge that covers several different industry sectors, it is anticipated that the PAC will include participants from the following areas of expertise for a total of 10 committee members, applications permitting, so depending on who we get, but oil and gas, agriculture, home builder, developer, realty professional, tourism specialist, taxpayers association, 2 interested parties, and then, of course, 1 councillor and 1 alternate councillor. So communications, the consultant, Liz, from Vicinia Planning and Engagement, will work closely with the county's communication staff to ensure that information pertaining to the land use bylaw rewrite process is shared in a manner that is consistent with county standards and the county's public participation policy, using a variety of mediums, including the county website, social media, radio, print media, print materials, distributed in person at events and at the county office, and video media posted to social media and the county website. So the schedule, the project is scheduled to run over a period of 18 months, commencing in August of 2023 and concluding in February 2025. The schedule is included in this item, I think in the next 2 pages. Oh, ooh. They're really big, so. So yeah, I broke it out into 2 pages to try to fit it there, but you can kind of get a general idea of when we're hoping to gauge for those particular events for the open houses, for getting the committees going, and when we might be meeting with those committees, when we try to plan to have those stakeholder meetings, and then when staff will be working kind of internally on page turning and issues that we have with the document as well. Putting together summary reports and what we heard reports from the initial meetings, things of that nature. So that's kind of lined out in those 2 pages for your review. And then we have some more information I'll go through, but I just wanted to go through the rest of my item here, just mentioning that the planning direction, section 640 of the MGA states every municipality must pass a land use bylaw, and section 640 of the MGA also states that a land use bylaw what it must address and what matters, those matters to be addressed. So that's kind of the direction we have from the MGA. The other document included in your package is called the Communications and Engagement Plan. So it's a pretty in-depth document that we've kind of put together about our plan for engagement, what we're trying to get out of that engagement plan, and each party's kind of role in that engagement. Some stakeholder identification and analysis, so residents we'll be involving them with the open houses, and council steering committee, the advisory committee, as we mentioned, with the members. And so business community, land developers, community groups, industry professionals, utilities, indigenous groups, and adjacent municipalities. So engagement methods and tools, as I spoke about, we plan to host some public open house kickoff events. We had some proposed dates in this item. I've tentatively scheduled them based on this, but I actually had to change some based on the availability of halls. So right now we have tentatively scheduled Nordegg Community Hall for Saturday, September 30th, Rocky Mountain House for September 27th, Caroline for September 19th, Leslieville for September 28th, and then a virtual meeting for the 25th. So those are the dates we've kind of tentatively scheduled to try to get this rolling with the community and get some participation so we can move on with the project. And then The locations, of course, would be likely the Nordic Community Hall, and Rocky, we are looking at the Subway Room. And then Caroline and Leslieville would be at the community halls and hubs. And then virtual, of course, is virtual. And then we go with like I mentioned with the schedule, we go to stakeholder meetings, which we're hoping to host in November. Selections for the committees, again, hoping to do at the organizational meeting in October. So hopefully we'll have enough participants for that. So the steering committee, again, we're going to bring the terms of reference hopefully in the next meeting, which will indicate all the expectations for those committees. But the council steering committee would be made up of all of council, and then the advisory committee is the members that I previously had mentioned. And then, of course, the engagement materials, some more in-depth stuff here about how we would be engaging the community. But again, social media, print media, website, things of that nature. And again, there's a bit of a timeline and deliverables on the last pages there for those meetings and things like that, approximate timelines, of course, depending on a variety of things. So there likely will need to be some flexibility there, but that's our general timeline. And I think that's most of the information I have to present. And then, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
And I think Deputy Reeve Milhoff is first.
Thank you, Reeve. If we're not doing the Public Advisory Committee till the October organizational meeting, how are they going to be present for the September kickoff meetings in all of the stations, or in all of the stations, in all of the public kickoff meetings if they're not even selected yet? Because they need to hear what the public hears.
Yeah,
if they're not selected.
I think we were hoping to actually kind of try to get people for the committee at those events. Okay. And kind of, because the kickoff event is like, we're not really presenting anything other than the fact like, hey, we're writing the land use bylaw and this is the depth of what this document essentially does. And, you know, kind of hoping to get some feedback from the community, and we'll have to do a what we heard report from that. But we're hoping to garner interest from the from those events for the committee to get people to participate on them so that they understand like what we need people for and the extent of the project. And then, of course, like hopefully we will have extensive notes and information based on that what we heard report, and they'll have access to that. But we're hoping to get that community involvement or that committee after that stage, when we starting to put some things together and make some recommendations and review the document. So it's a smaller group to work with, but yeah, we were hoping to kind of gain some interest at those events for the people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Councillor Northcott.
Just for, is there a proposed budget amount for Vicinity Planning Services on this project?
Yes, there is an approximate budget amount based on the 18 months and the level of involvement. It was between 120 and 140,000 total for the 18-month project.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I see that the Public Engagement Committee will only consist of one councillor and one alternate, or that's what is being proposed?
Yes.
Why not all of us? That way we can work very collaboratively with the Public Engagement Committee.
I think the idea is that we're just trying to, like the councillors would be there more to listen, and the community and the other members would be discussing things and like how they use the document. And it was just to have the council there, similar to other committees, to, you know, bring maybe some of that information back to the steering committees or back to that. But again, we would have some minutes or discussion points from those, but I think we didn't want to detract from that and have council kind of overwhelm the committee with their thoughts and discussions. And so we're going to have the council committee, but then have that public engagement where they can kind of work collaboratively with each other, and then us as staff, and then also the council that may be on that committee to kind of take notes and bring some of that information back.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional thoughts, questions? Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, what kind of procedure did you go through to pick the lady or the person to be the mediator for this?
Well, this case, we had worked with Liz previously, and Rick was happy. He might be able to respond to this because it was kind of his decision, so.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Yeah. Given the time frame and expertise and the relationship we have with the previous consultant, I so selected. Going through the MDP, she had the background and the history to assist. The only other organization that had that previously was PCPS, and the individual that had that history left that organization. So it was a good fit to get this up and running quickly.
So we didn't put it out for bid or anything?
Did not.
We just took a price from her and that was it?
Correct.
Is that a good way to operate?
We try not to, but in this case, given the limited amount of professional planners out there and the history this one has, truly believe it was the most efficient decision.
I think she'll do a good job, but just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
And I saw Councillor Graham's light earlier on. I see it's back, so I'll go to you and then to Deputy Reid Milhoff.
I guess to go off of Councillor Cermak's questions, is there anyone local who does this is there anyone local who does this particular work?
Mr. Emmons? Or?
There is not.
Thank you.
And Deputy Reid Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, I'm on the same wavelength here. Do we have the depth in order to accomplish this with our staff in-house?
Our staff absolutely have the depth, it's capacity. So they have the ability and the knowledge. We have very competent staff, but shorthanded.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, there we go.
There you go. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. That staff approves the proceeding, that we approve proceeding with the land use bylaw rewrite project and reviews. And we endorse the project schedule, project assumptions, communications, and an engagement plan.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Questions relating or comments relating to that motion? Deputy Reid Milhoff.
Thank you. I absolutely will support that motion. I do have a question. At these kickoff meetings, are we also going to make sure that we highlight the concerns that are in the land use bylaw that are prompting this rewrite? Not that just that it's 20 years old, but there's a lot of concerns in the old one that we need to address, and hopefully that will give the public a better idea of what is bringing this on, not just its age, because if the document was good, it didn't matter how old it was, but the document is quite dated and has a lot of issues within it. Are we going to highlight those at the public kickoff?
Ms. Gillen, please.
I believe, I mean, we probably won't get too in-depth at that because we don't want to assume what people are feeling about it, and we're trying to get their input. But I think generally we will have, you know, some summaries of some of the things where, you know, some of the policies may not be relevant anymore. Certain things are, we would speak to simplifying things like, say for some of the land use districts, some of the listed uses are basically a full-on definition, and there should just be a simple use and then an appropriate definition in the right place. So some things like that, we would just probably have a general overall thing of some of the changes that we are required to make, or, you know, in conjunction with the changes to the MDP, we are required to make changes to the land use bylaw. So we are doing a full rewrite to encompass a variety of things, and we would have a summary of some sort of that. But yeah, we're just trying to get feedback for people when, you know, how they've used the document and the concerns that they have with it, or the things they would like to see in it that are lacking.
Thank you. And Councillor Swanson, please.
When we do these kickoff meetings, it's more of a recruiting mechanism to let the public know that they can get involved and that the applications will be coming forth. The time commitment that they will have to ensure that they are going to be with us for 18 months and not go, okay, I'm done after 3 months, I'm out of here. We want to ensure that we're not starting all over from that. Will there be an opportunity with this particular committee to, so if the public has concerns, there's much like we had with the MDP review email that people can put in other concerns other than just through the committee and through the established open meetings that we will have in the future. I'm just thinking that as things pop up, people may want to just say, oh, before I forget, I want to put this as my concern in the LUB. So at least it's noted. Would there be an opportunity to have an open email?
Yes, we are gonna work with communications on that, but I believe we do intend to set up something similar to the MDP where there's an email, and then also likely a spot on the website that they could submit comments and concerns at different stages of the development, indicating like, you know, at this initial stage, like anything that you feel has been a struggle for you in the past or concerns that you have, and then when we get to the stage of actually having something for them to review, then comments on the proposed document, things of that nature, so. Yes.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Just thinking about a question that the Deputy Reeve asked. I think I would like to see 2 councillors on this so that the alternate isn't thrown into something without some background.
I know some of our committees, we basically encourage the alternate to attend all the meetings anyway. Perhaps maybe it can be incorporated in the terms of reference that the alternate, although maybe not making a voting decision or something at that would be present and available to be, you know, part of the discussion or at least understanding it.
Yeah, so that would be something you could definitely discuss when we bring the terms of reference forward. That would have the indication of the members we're proposing to have on the board, the numbers, and what we expect from the members. So that's, when we bring those forward, you could discuss what we have proposed, and if you want to make amendments to those terms of reference at that time, you definitely could. There's nothing set in stone at this point because we haven't brought those forward. It was just kind of what we were proposing, but if that's what council feels would be helpful, we could definitely do something of that nature. Yeah, and it would explain the duties of those boards within that, so then you would understand what your duties are during this council steering one, and then also being on that public advisory committee.
Yeah, I look forward to the opportunity to gauge that public interest. This looks as though it could be something that really requires a fair time commitment. There's a lot of work to be done, and we always want to value the community's feedback within these projects for sure. So it'd be great to gauge the public interest in getting down and working on these, working on this review or rewrite. I guess it actually is not just a review. Okay, we do have a motion before us. If there aren't any more questions related to that motion, I would call the motion. All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll skip back to the tabled motion. Maybe we would, if we could have a motion to lift that one from the table, and then we can decide its future. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that is carried. And then maybe I'll go to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff to see if we captured her thoughts within.
Absolutely, I can formally withdraw this motion. I'm just curious though, you basically did exactly what my motion, similar to what my motion is saying in here, so I just don't know why that couldn't have stood in the first place and this one wouldn't have had to be withdrawn. It's probably because it's coming in the same meeting that it administratively, you have to withdraw one in order to do one, but anyway, it feels a little awkward, just because the motion is exactly what.
We learn something new every council meeting, it seems. Ms. Haggart, maybe you have a comment.
You bet, and I appreciate Councillor Melhoff's. It was, but only because of the order in which we put it, perhaps. I think the motion could still stand, but it's just we don't usually address a motion that quickly. It just happened to be that we were already through the administrative process to get to that point, so I just wanted council to be aware that we didn't action the motion before council formally approved it to be that we had already started that process. So it was more just a background to say that, and whether you choose to withdraw it or let it stand and make that motion is totally up to council.
Essentially, we just made that motion and voted on that motion in the last agenda item. I think it'd be weird to do it again, so I will formally withdraw that motion. It feels awkward because you're doing exactly what the motion
And administration captured that then? Okay, great. I think that takes us down to item 5.7, and that is bylaw enforcement, or bylaw enforcement compliance officer appointment. And I believe, Ms. Haggart, this is yours as well?
No, I should be okay from there. I can see far away. I just didn't print that one. Before you is an agenda item to ask for the compliance officer to be officially appointed as a bylaw enforcement officer. I would have Theo McGee here with me, but he's out doing some of the work, and he had scheduled to be out with the CPO in Nordegg today. So I believe some have met him at the MPC, and maybe perhaps next meeting I'll be able to bring him for a formal introduction to council. And as part of the new position of a compliance officer within the planning department, the role is to generally investigate complaints that are received related to Clearwater County's land use bylaw specifically, and provide a combination of that education and enforcement services based on the land use bylaw and its Part 5 enforcement component. Other responsibilities as part of that job include the site inspections and the administrative tasks in order to provide people with that background on the land use bylaw, the education information, and hopefully it doesn't come to it, but that municipal tag if it comes down to an infraction that just can't be remedied. So he has sworn an oath in front of myself as a commissioner of oath to duly affect that position for Clearwater County, but the bylaw requires a formal appointment, and so does the MGA. So I have that item before council for that if they so wish.
Thank you for that introduction. Would any member of council have a question or a motion based on the recommendation? Councillor Graham.
I guess I have a question. It does kind of say it here in the background, but just for anyone who's feeling a little uneasy with the name compliance officer, we're remaining a complaint-based municipality. They're not going out looking for people and giving them heck for things. I just want to clarify that that's the case. Nothing's really changing. This is more of an administrative position, basically to help out with planning.
Yes, Councillor Graham, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yes, Councillor Graham, that is the intent. I will, however, note that complaints are more frequent than they used to be several years ago, so there are more coming in. As well, we have internal pickup of things when we do our assessment process, and so not necessarily, you know, it's making people aware and educating them in terms of what the rules are if they're not necessarily following them. The intent is an education for sure. We're not driving around looking for it, but it does come through the course of complaints or course of normal municipal business.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would love to have balance in that, because I don't really want to have the neighbors having to complain on their neighbors in order to get something that should have already been in compliance. So I think that we can hopefully at Clearwater County strike a balance to that if we see something that's blatantly against the land use bylaw and could be affecting their neighbors, that it would be acted upon and doesn't require the neighbor to have to complain in order to get that acted on. So I think that we can find a balance. Just like we do in many other things, I think we can find a balance here too.
And Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think this appointment is in a very timely way as we're starting to do the rewrite for the land use bylaw and having this particular position following along for the next 18 months. So that will be very helpful in his position going forward. So I will gladly make the motion that council appoints Theodore Maggie as the Clearwater County Bylaw Enforcement and Compliance Officer effective August 22nd, 2023 for the duration of his employment.
Thank you. Discussion relating to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much. Takes us into item 7, and more specifically item 7.1, which is a financial report up to July 31st of 2023. And I'll turn the floor to our apt and capable staff.
Thank you. So included in the agenda item is a report for the capital report to July 31st and the operating report to July 31st. Within the agenda item, we made note of any of the motions from January until the end of July for budget adjustments for capital projects, just so that it was transparent as to how the beginning balance of the capital budget in its entirety went from $55,123,000 to $59,821,000. Most of which is that $3.5 million regional wastewater treatment facility that was moved into 2023, and funds had been set aside. Most of the funds had been set aside in the infrastructure and sewer restricted surplus accounts. There was a small amount identified as coming from contingency just to top up that budget to what the projected cost of that project was going to be. So as you can see, there's several budget adjustments from January to the end of July. Now, the capital report is broke out into different job groups based on departments and responsibility for these overall budgets. Each of the projects has its own line, so you could see the total budget for the project and what's happened in the current month being July in this case, because the period end is July 31st, and then the year to date. Now, the progress that you would receive in the capital progress report that's attached to this overall council agenda for information would be till last week. So it would be a little, probably a little further ahead than where the financial document is. And keeping in mind that this is just invoices that have made it through the cycle to being paid. We don't book things ahead of time on anticipation of paying an invoice. So these invoices could be up to 6 or 8 weeks behind the work actually being done. So you might see a project that's only been spent 50%, but in the capital progress report, it might say it's 75% done. That's because the work is on a different kind of schedule than the funds going out for that specific project. So you're better to look at the capital progress report to know the actual progress of each of these jobs, and then the financial report just goes hand in hand with that to show you where the funds going out have been identified. Is there any questions on that?
Not seeing any at the moment.
Okay, and then moving on to the operating report. The revenues are identified separately from the expenses, and they are in the beginning of the document. And overall, the revenues are where we would expect them to be. In the corporate revenues on the first page there, under corporate services, the first line, you'll notice $55,300,000 being there, where the budget's only at $54,679. I just wanted to identify that. So included in this budget is revenue sharing agreement and also any bad debt expense that's budgeted to be wrote off in 2023. So that's why the budget is less than what we've brought in year to date, because there are some contra accounts that would be handled at year end that would bring that year to date number down, which would be the bad debt expense if there is any, and again, those revenue sharing agreements. There are, oh, sorry.
I believe there may be a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this question. I was going back to the program summary. For phase one, the Farrier broadband, I understand we received or were to receive the CTI grant. I'm just wondering where that would show in here. That would be a revenue?
The capital projects are different than the operating reports. The revenues are included in the overall line item, are not included in the overall line item. These are just the expenditures for those projects. So the capital revenues are quite a bit less of a percentage of the projects, just because most of them are either restricted surplus or tax revenue. So I hadn't identified the grant revenue that was coming in for the capital projects. I can get that information for you and send it on in an email.
Would you please?
Yeah, you bet. So back to the operating revenues, a couple of the programs are regionally funded, and as such, the revenues wouldn't come in for those until the end of the year. For example, the fire rescue services. The revenue you're seeing there are the third-party bills that would go out for response, but the actual regional partnership revenue wouldn't be identified until the end of December. From there, the expenses, for the most part, are where we would expect them to the end of July. I was gonna have what the percentage should be, but it's just over, I think 57% of the annual budget should be spent. If we're spending it on a regular basis, it's a month-to-month expense. Municipalities don't often have regular spending like that except for permanent salaries. So, for example, fuel will be quite a bit more in the construction season than maybe in the winter months. Some of the expenditures are regionally managed, for example, recreation or the airport, where we wouldn't see any of those expenditures going out until the end of the year. And again, the majority of the program work in maintenance for public works happens in those construction months, and not as much happening in those bookend months of the year. Is there any specific questions on any of the programs?
Councillor Radcliffe.
Yep.
Okay, just looking here under the expenses, it looks like we're on track to spend a little over $1 million on broadband operations. And I don't think we have a single home connected. Isn't this a problem?
The director for that program isn't available today, but I'll have him send you an email also on that.
Thank you.
Again, the last thing is just the contingency, the operating contingency to July. I think maybe there's a couple motions that haven't been taken out of that since this report was generated. So I think that contingency is closer to about $100,000 left to reallocate to the end of December. So that's just something to keep in mind when other motions come forward to council as far as the funding option goes.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. One of the items that stuck out to me was 5210 recreation. And is that just because we haven't been billed yet, like you had mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I did see a bill come last week for partial of the year, so that helps for sure. So you will see on the next report some expenses going out for that, but typically in the past we haven't seen that until like October or November. Sometimes they get the first billing out, so it was good to see that invoice come last week, and likely they will do the next one in December when the program's completed for the year.
I just know we have a lot of our own recreation programs that aren't just in partnership with a separate managing partner, so it just seemed like quite low even considering our own programs.
Again, I think most of that is happening in those construction months, and maybe some of the invoicing hasn't just hit the check run yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions, thoughts, comments, motions?
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, just one final comment is that monthly you'll be seeing the operating report just attached to the council agendas for the second meeting of each month. And capital will be coming again for the end of September, but at the second meeting in October. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I would just move that council receives the Clearwater County Capital and Operating Finance reports as of July 31st, 2023 as presented.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. And then this one has a second suggestion as well, or recommendation?
One budget adjustment that was, there was a motion to put the funds that weren't expended on the Nordegg Discovery Center into the restricted surplus, but the second motion to increase the budget for 2023 by that amount was missed. So if I could just get a motion to increase that Nordegg Discovery Center budget by, so let me get the number for you, $61,596, please. Coming from the restricted surplus work in progress account.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I will come back to.
Thank you. Prior to the motion, I just wanted to confirm that this was, because it's in work in progress, it is a project that was already budgeted for. It just didn't typically get accomplished in the year that it was budgeted for. It gets put in the work in progress and then needs to be.
Right, it's not additional tax revenue, it's just finishing up the project within the following year.
Excellent, thank you. Just
Thank
wanted to
you.
confirm that, and I would happily make the motion. The council approves reallocation of $61,596 in the 2023 capital budget from work in progress restricted surplus to Heritage for the Nordegg Discovery Center project.
Okay. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Going to say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. So ditto. Okay.
Sorry.
Any further discussion on that resolution or motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us down to the Public Works section. I know we're joined by our Public Works team. And this is going to be relating to first, second, and third readings of Bylaw 1145/23, and that's local highways management. And I will turn the floor across to our apt Public Works team. Mr. Magnus.
Okay.
First.
Good afternoon, Reeve Lougheed, Council. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, administration has one more bylaw for Council to review and, if needed, amend as required, and thus grants first and second readings, permission for third and third reading of the Local Highways Management Bylaw 1145-23 for the purpose of regulating the use of local highways under the direction, control, and management of Clearwater County. One of the administrative tasks for the staff within Clearwater County is to continually review policy and their associated procedures, if applicable, and review of bylaws. Hence, administration, which in this case included Public Works and Legislative and Emergency Services, along with legal counsel, conducted a thorough review of the Highway Management Bylaw number 1018-16 and identified a number of processes that were no longer applicable or that needed to be added and or amended, along with the usual legal changes and additions, formatting, title changes, organizational alterations, etc. Consequently, administration determined that the best path forward was to rescind bylaw 101816 and bring forward a new bylaw, specifically the Local Highways Management Bylaw 1145-23. At this time, I'm not going to go into detail with all the alterations associated with the bylaw, other than to make council aware to the fact that the major section additions to this bylaw, as pointed out in the agenda item itself, was snow, ice, and debris on sidewalks, winter parking bans, and authority of peace officers violation tickets. Also, before turning the discussion over to council, I would like to bring to council's attention a correction to the agenda item. So if you wouldn't mind, just if you haven't already done so, turn to the agenda item itself, particularly the background information, and key on item or point number 1, where we indicate in the main text, the definition of highway has the same meanings as in the Traffic Safety Act, etc., etc. This needs to be crossed out and removed. So our apologies, it is an error and should have been removed. It was inadvertently missed by administration upon final review. So if you want to just cross that out.
Item 1 entirely?
Yep, completely, yeah. So that part again, Councillor Radcliffe, where it's point number 1, and it indicates again, I'll just read it to you. In the main text, the definition of highway has the same meanings as in the Traffic Safety Act, therefore this terminology is kept in bylaw. Actually, that is not the case, so just remove point number 1 in its entirety, okay? Secondly, admin, upon further consultation with legal, is going to recommend to council that subsection 1 and 2 of section 20 be worded as such specifically. So again, this is in section 20, but also in the background information. If you just go down on the first page, page 114, it indicates 20 and it goes there. It's written as the owner occupant of a property shall remove or cause to be removed snow, ice, or any other debris obstructing the adjacent sidewalk after the deposit of the snow, ice, or other obstructions within. Then lists off 24 hours in commercial districts, that be amended to read 24 hours in commercial and institutional districts. Also, just below that, it indicates 40 hours in residential districts. If we could amend that to read as follows, 48 hours in residential or any other districts. Okay, and the reason we did this was it better reflects and coincides with the current land use bylaw, particularly part 13.1, establishment of districts. Okay.
And a question from Deputy Reeve. No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, one of my questions was with regards to section 20. What's our snow removal policy on our roads? I believe it's 96 hours?
For gravel roads, that is correct. 96 as per policy, it's 96. Yeah. And there's no specific time set for any of our surface roads.
Nothing, no?
No.
No. Well, I absolutely concur that it'd be great to have the snow removed on sidewalks in a timely fashion. Our own roads aren't subject to snow removal in like an actual mitigated time stamp. Perhaps those should coincide a little bit better.
I can comment on that now. First and foremost, we as a municipality is one of the few, if only one or a few others, that actually have a timestamp associated with snow removal, and either gravel roads or surface roads.
Yep.
It's very rare. There are some municipalities, I won't name them, they simply say, be prepared, have yourself, if you can't get out, use a skidoo, that sort of thing, you know, and it's actually written in that manner. So, and it's very difficult to put a timestamp even on surface roads. Really, that comes down to the weather event itself, too. So, yeah. But in terms of sidewalk, that is very common, obviously, in many municipalities, and you see that in cities like Calgary, Red Deer, Edmonton, etc. So, and the reason now that we've put this in here is we're at that point where we have a number of sidewalks within the municipalities, namely Nordig, Condor, Leslieville, and such, and that was something that was never in the bylaw itself, and we felt that was important to start making sure that that the residents comply with removing snow in a timely and efficient manner, therefore protecting our walking pedestrians, etc.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, moving on. Also, upon further review by administration, the section of heavy vehicle or commercial vehicle parking, specifically subsection 34B. Okay, if you want to just go to 34B. In addition to the wording, such that it reads as follows: a commercial vehicle in excess of 4,500 kilograms. So add on in excess of 4,500 kilograms. Again, that's section 34B. And the reason we're doing this again too, and this was pointed out to us, again, Emergency and Legislative Services helped us with this as well. It was pointed out that to distinguish between a half-ton pickup, which can also be a commercial vehicle, to something other heavier than a half-ton pickup. So that's why that was put in there.
Maybe I would have a question, because we live in a rural community and many families use the farm truck, essentially a one-ton dually pickup truck, as a family vehicle as well. It may very well exceed that 4,500 kg.
But I think, and I'll turn this to Mr. Emmons, I think there's an exemption to farm vehicles or farm equipment in regards to loading, something to that effect, Mr.
Loading
Emmons.
off.
Just for commercial vehicles, I believe there's an exemption of farm vehicles on our roadways in regards to weight.
No.
No?
No, the only exemption would be dairy farms. They're excluded from road bans, things like that. But farmers must also obey, like a grain truck still has to obey.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I guess why I raise that concern is I know that, for instance, this would have an impact on on-street parking for perhaps a school event or a community center event. Lots of those family vehicles exceed that 4,500 kg weight that you're talking about, so technically would be probably not permitted to park that at a school event, just from the size of the vehicle. I mean, I see the welding trucks parked there to watch their kids play basketball after, and I don't want us to inadvertently get into something where it's I can understand the reason we don't want to see the B train parked there, but perhaps I don't know if the 4,500 kg is the right number or yeah.
Again, that was a recommendation, yeah, that was a recommendation to me by our CPOs.
Okay.
So at this time.
Well, I would just bring that forward and see if it garners any traction, but if not, at least it's been said at this point in time. I mean, I have no idea of how, I mean, this is an approach, I think, to kind of, the intent there is to stop that larger vehicle from occupying a space, or a loaded vehicle occupying a parking space. I can understand the intent. It may inadvertently capture some people that are, I mean, that's just the nature of some of the farm vehicles and that are part of our life here in Clearwater County. So I just, as devil's advocate, bringing that forward for discussion. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think it speaks to the very rural nature of our community. And I agree. I know I have vehicles in excess of 4,500 that I regularly bring to town. And if I couldn't pick up my kids from school or go to see their play because I couldn't park there, I know that that would limit my ability to be what I hope is a great parent. Had that in subtext. But hopefully that's something that our CPOs would take into consideration if they were to start issuing infractions because of it. But it'd be even better if we could mitigate it at this phase, and then they wouldn't have to issue an infraction notice on it at all.
And Councillor Radcliffe?
Moving on to Part 943, about municipal road allowance, access and use. As I understand it, we will lease undeveloped road access to farmers. Is that the license that's referred to here? Or is that a separate issue? And if that was the case, would that be public access, that anyone could drive through a crop that is on a leased road allowance?
Yes, that would be correct. So that is applicable to that. So as a undeveloped road allowance or municipal road allowance, that the submittal of a fee, in this case, $150 fee for a permit to use or a license to use that road allowance.
For anything, like, is that the process that we follow? There's nobody here from land planning. Is that the same process for a farmer using an undeveloped road allowance?
I believe at this time, they submit an application, and if I remember correctly, it's $150, and they get a license for that undeveloped road allowance, and then they may use it for additional grazing, farming, whatever the case may be. That's my understanding at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it just says that public access has to be maintained to it. Okay, 45A says the license is for non-exclusive access, and the license holder may not prevent the public from accessing or traveling along the municipal road allowance.
Yeah, so in this case is if it's a road allowance that we cannot restrict access with the public on that road allowance. If it's an undeveloped road allowance and the applicant has submitted a $150 fee, they may utilize that undeveloped road allowance for whatever means, whether it's farming and so on, as referenced in 43 and 44. However, in this case, if it's a municipal road allowance that either way, you can't put a gate up. That's the thing. We're not allowed to gate it, and that's something we have in place. The non-allowance for any form of gate in this case.
And Mr. Martinson may have something to add.
Maybe just to support Director Magnus. I believe what he meant to say was you're not allowed to lock the gate. So the grazing livestock owner who has entered into a lease and paid the fee, as the section suggests, would be allowed to contain their livestock to the right of way with an appropriate fence, typically considered a 5 or 4 wire barbed wire. He would not allow to lock that gate or construct a fence to a standard that would make it impossible for somebody to open it. So, you know, they could not make such a heavy steel gate that somebody could not open it. Now, the farmer may be able to restrict access via motorized vehicle while the grass is there. So if somebody wanted access to go fishing at the creek at the end of the road allowance, the farmer would have to allow access on foot, but may prohibit access on a quad. These are very similar legislation that's in Public Lands Act that also apply to grazing leases or say oil and gas roads on an LOC. So yeah, it's obviously the livestock owner has to be able to confine his livestock, otherwise he'll contravene other legislation that, you know, suggests farmers cannot have marauding livestock damaging personal property. So there's that fine line between a fence and a locked fence, and then there's also a fine line between restricting access when the grazing period is clearly not there. So we cannot restrict a snowmobile from going down a leased right-of-way that I may have on my farm and say, well, no, I leased that for grazing, you cannot take your snowmobile down there. That's not correct, it's not damaging your grass. But if it was July, I would be able to suggest only foot access, but I could never restrict total access. Is that consistent with the director's?
Correct. Would I be correct in saying that nothing has changed, that the public would still have access to that municipal road allowance, foot traffic or local farm traffic or whatever, without a specific license? Or are you supposed to be paying a specific license fee in order to drive your quad down there to check the fence? That one I'm
not my understanding. The license,
not my understanding, but I'm looking at the wording.
The license
interpretation is sometimes
sure, and the licensing is kind of referring to the utilization, which refers directly to the grass, where you're traveling down to either access your private property. On the end of this, that's exactly why we can't restrict public access, because these road allowances might access other private properties that may not have a residence, so that's why it's not a road, or a public amenity like crown land or water. So the licensing is referring to the exclusive utilization, not the communal use. The communal use is being protected, which is access. The personal use, which is grazing, is being licensed and regulated through this section.
And this license would extend to putting a fence or some sort of control for livestock in there, but certainly not a permanent structure or semi-permanent structure? Or I'm just trying to, you know, because I know there's a number of areas where people have encroached on municipal road allowances with structures or developed something or other that probably, maybe they even have a license to utilize that property, but I don't know if that's what's being described here, or?
We only license for grazing undeveloped allowances. And so, you know, and I maybe defer through the process of whether putting structures is discussed in the licensing. I'm not sure of that, but what I can suggest is typically when I see these be applied for, it's the producer that already has a fence on one side, and then it's kind of easy accessible already. But maybe I will send it back to Director Magnus to maybe discuss the criteria within that license regarding putting in fences within our right-of-way and undeveloped right-of-way, because we are talking in this instance of licensing undeveloped right-of-ways, no road plans, just undeveloped right-of-ways.
And just part of my educational process, this licensing or licensing fee is taken annually, monthly, yearly, forever, once, just kind of getting a perspective on how those licenses are to be managed. Miss Sir?
Yeah, so the licensing fee is invoiced annually to the producer, and he has the option, or she has the option of continuing until they give that up. Then once they give that up, then the other side of the landowner would have an option to
And it would
do the same thing.
typically have to be an adjacent landowner, it couldn't be
They would have to have access to the land that's adjacent. So either they're renting it for grazing or they own it for grazing.
that would preclude somebody from taking a mile-long strip
Yeah,
and putting a couple of cows or 5 cows out on that?
no, that isn't the
Letting the
case.
neighbors fence for me. Okay, I'm just trying to get a picture in my mind of what we're talking about. Sorry, Mr. Magnus, go ahead. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Is this section new, or this is basically what we're doing?
No,
And
it is not.
this is our common practice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this section remains from the original bylaw.
All right. Thank you.
So again, in effect, other than that which is presented as background information in the agenda item itself, the intent of the new bylaw has not changed from the old bylaw. Therefore, unless council has any further comments, and thank you for the questions, comments brought up thus far, pertaining to potentially additional amendments, staff recommends council grants first and second readings, permission for third and third reading of the Local Highways Management Bylaw 114523 for the purpose of regulating the use of local highways under the discretion, control, and management of Clearwater County.
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. Where did we land with the 4,500 kilograms? Where did
We can
land?
definitely take that back to legal and have them have a discussion. I can have that discussion with Emerge and Legislative Services as well and have their further input. Thank you for Ms. Haggard. She's going to address this question if need be.
Thank you again. Good afternoon, Council. This was something that came at Sergeant Terry Miller's recommendation. So the clause is the same as it was in the existing bylaw, but by just leaving the word commercial in there without putting the exception for vehicles over that weight, it would take in a regular pickup truck with a logo on it. The 4,500 kgs was a number that was selected because it would exclude those type of vehicles that would be normal passenger vehicles like the 1 ton, because that's just under 9,000 pounds. I don't know about the welding truck. I did send her a text to see if I could get an answer for that one before this decision was made, but it did come on recommendation as a standard practice from other jurisdictions. But certainly, again, a clause that was already in the existing bylaw without the exception. So,
Thank you.
I have supplementary follow-up questions.
Go ahead, please.
Regarding Schedule A fees, application fee for heavy vehicle route exemptions, and application fee for road use permits. So no charge. So are we just not charging for the application, or are we not charging for overweight road use?
I missed that question. CAO and I are talking about different
Sorry.
wording for that exception.
No problem. Schedule A, application fee for heavy vehicle route exemptions and application fee for road use permits. Are we just not charging for the application fee, or are we not charging for road use of overweights in general?
That would be a public works question because that's administered through road data for the actual permits.
And infrastructure, I'd have to revert back to infrastructure on their procedural processes in regards to that.
Okay.
We do not charge a fee for road use permits, that I do know.
Okay. What is the standard in other municipalities for their road use permits? Because we're giving those permits, especially particularly for overweights, because of the potential damage to our infrastructure. It would then, a road bond, et cetera, it would be appropriate that we would then charge for that. So what is the other municipalities doing to ensure their infrastructure isn't beat up by a haul that year that is out of the norm, which is why they need a permit, et cetera?
Now, the province, through the province, there is a fee that carriers must abide by. We do, in our road use permits, have a bond associated with it. And it's written in such a manner that if there is damage to any of our infrastructure, that onus then is on the organization itself for the repair of and implementing any type of repair to our infrastructure. I'm not entirely sure as to what other municipalities do in regards to their road use permits. If there's a fee associated with the issuance of their permits, I couldn't tell you. But in our case, we do not charge a fee. However, the road use permits do specify a bonding associated with it, and that any damage be repaired by and paid for by that organization.
Supplementary with regards to that. Have we ever had a road bond actually enforced on?
Yes.
Yes, that's something we're commonly doing?
Yep, we have.
Okay, because I don't know how we'd actually determine that the damage was done by them unless it's a private road access. I don't know how we would actually determine if the damage was done by that company and not the onslaught of RV traffic in that region, et cetera.
Mr. Emmons or Mr. Magnus, please?
So if I may, the determination is done through the road use agreement. So the haul road is predetermined. There is a pre and post inspection. We have had circumstances, if I may bring council back in time to the Sunchild Road, because that was a primary example. Before it was paved, it was a gravel based road, and multi-users. And what Clearwater County did there, because no organization hit the threshold of requiring a road use, but it was a cumulative effect. So actually, Public Works combined the users and said, all of you are on this permit and you're all responsible equally, because you're all small users that are combining into a large industrial move. So we have controlled through those mechanisms. When it's one individual, they get a road use agreement through Public Works. It is inspected, and it's on them as the big user. I am not saying that the odd water truck doesn't sneak in there and use that road during that time, but ultimately the individual, the company that signs the road use agreement is responsible at the end of the day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Graham and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
The ghost strikes again. I don't have anything.
Okay. You're up, Councillor Ratcliffe.
One more time. Actually, Chief Evans answered my question that I would think this damage is incremental over time, so we have that covered. Thank you.
Just one more question. I hate to bring it up, but you've described something relatively new for us here. It's a winter parking ban. It's a snow route. Is that something we've had and posted in the past, or is this something that we're endeavoring to deal with challenges we foresee coming?
You are correct. Second point, you are correct.
Okay.
This was not something originally in there, but again, seeing the continued, we used the example of Nordig, the continued development in Nordig. So we felt that this would be appropriate for what we could potentially see in the future to have this in place.
So I know that I probably will get community questions. I live in a community that's dealing with some changes in how snow removal is going to occur there. They're going to see a responsibility to remove the snow off the sidewalk at a period of time. And I guess understanding the snow removal practices of the county in the past may be somewhat different. Now, will there be an expectation, like in many of the cities, they see windrows of heavy snow across the approaches into individual properties? There are many approaches in the new work that's been done around Condor that could potentially be problematic if there's a sidewalk beside it, especially that not everybody's equipped to handle a big ice block of windrowed snow beside their driveway. Just kind of understanding how the parking ban, the snow route, and how the responsibilities of clearing sidewalks are going to evolve or mesh together. That's kind of my question there.
Excellent comment, Reeve Lougheed. That is definitely something from an operational perspective that we as a team have now put into our thought process. Given the added infrastructure changes that have occurred and will be completed here in the near future in Condor, on how we are as an operational team and Public Works operations going to deal with that. And that is, in essence, a topic of discussion where we're going to bring up as a team on how we are going to implement the snow removal and deal with that in a timely and efficient manner, given your points there, proceeding and moving into the 2023-2024 snow season. So it is yet to be finalized on how we're going to manage that in a way that is doesn't in any way impede our residents there and the approaches they have, along with, again, meeting the needs of the community and getting that snow removed in a timely manner and in a way that's has a sense of appeal to it as well.
And I hope there's some latitude in being able to work through some of those barriers that come up, you know, first season of moving snow, but there's many new drainage paths, and I know it's mentioned in here as well as any of those those stormwater runoff or those drainage easements that we're going to have to find some flexibility in getting those to work well, and understanding there's not a good place to put all your snow in.
Where I sit on this matter, there'll be an extreme amount of grace given the first few years.
I appreciate
because it's a work in progress. Yes.
I appreciate that. Yes. I know that the community has had a number of concerns. Councillor Cermak, please.
I just am curious. I didn't see it in any of this, and maybe I didn't read it properly. Haul roads for gravel pits. Do we have specific rules for them that they have to stay on that haul road? And what happens when they're not on the haul road?
Mr. Emmons.
Answer varies depending on how the haul road is designated. If it's designated through a gravel pit application, it becomes part of the development permit. It can actually shut down their entire gravel pit. If it's because of a road use, then their road use can be pulled. They can be charged for excess grading, water truck, and even shut down if they don't revert back to the approved haul road. So it could just shut down their haul, Councillor Cermak. So it depends on how that haul road is designated, whether it's through a development permit or just road use.
So it's not in this agreement for our gravel roads?
This is a bylaw that gives a higher level. That's a detail that's handled, I'll say, subsequently.
On your permits?
Whether it's a road use agreement or through a development permit, yes.
That seems pretty severe if somebody's not on the haul road to shut down his gravel pit.
That's the end game, Councillor Cermak. When we get the phone calls from residents, the operators get the phone calls from us. Non-compliance, as I stated, you know what, clean up the mess you made. Non-compliance after reasonable attempts, we have the authority to shut them down.
Yeah, because I went through that, I got a call from that, and I think you got the call from me.
I did, and they went back to their haul road.
Yeah, okay. I just didn't want it to be, I thought that there should be something else there, because it's not necessarily the owner of the gravel pit that was the problem, it was the trucker.
They are ultimately responsible. Respectfully, if it's through a gravel pit operation, they are ultimately responsible. Now, if it's split up, Councillor Cermak, and the gravel operation is its own entity, and that's a permitted use, and they're selling the gravel, that contractor would have a road use agreement to haul that gravel. It would not impact the gravel operator. Again, unless the haul road is pre-designated through the development permit, then the gravel pit operator is bound to make sure that operator is compliant.
Okay. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How much does it cost to issue a permit for a vehicle road or an application fee for heavy vehicle road exemption or the application for a road use permit? How much does it cost for us to actually issue those?
Mr. Emmons is going to take a swing at that.
For us, it's a net zero, because it's a cost recovery. That's done through road data, and road data is self-sustaining.
So it
what
costs us nothing to issue those?
Correct.
Okay. Do we not pay something to have the road data company and not pay somebody to?
And the
admin
revenue
assistant
they
to
create because of their permitting process covers the expense.
The expense.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why those are no charge, because they're being covered through the expense of the actual permit.
Truly, Deputy Reeve, the exposure is the damage, the road damage, which is why we have staff that do inspections, and if it's a large enough haul, we do road bonding. We do road use agreements to ensure that the taxpayer's investment in this municipality is protected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Graham.
I'm not sure we ended up with the 4,500 kg. Are we okay with that in there, or?
Yeah, I think that she was gonna get some more information.
I only brought it forward because I believe there could be potential there. I mean, this is with the best advice from our CPOs, so I'm confident that that probably is workable. Again, with some of the latitude that I know the county has for intent behind why those bylaws are there. But Mr. Emmons, maybe, perhaps?
Well, and I think council identified a point, and that's the benefit of bringing it before council. We are rural. Many farmers, welders, it's all 1 ton. Council may want to consider even changing the verbiage to, 1.5 ton and larger, 2 ton and larger. The intent is to create safe space. That's council's job here, frankly. Or council can leave it sit as it is, and Public Works can bring it back for review. After implementation, we get some phone calls, it can always be amended.
I think it's important to have those tools to deal with the barriers we anticipate coming forward over the next period of time. I can see the intent of that is what this document is. For me, as long as it's been voiced that there is a concern relating to that, the exact number may not have to be defined at this moment, but for me, the discussion is valuable. Councillor Graham?
I was, if we were comfortable with it, gonna make a motion that council grants first reading, and if we weren't, I was gonna suggest we table this until we have the information that we need. So I'm not sure where council sits though on that still.
Well, I know there's been a number of questions around many aspects of this bylaw. Do we believe that there needs to be amendments to the bylaw as presented, or more amendments to the bylaw as presented? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. As bylaws have 3 readings, I think that it would be appropriate for us to look at having a motion come forward of first reading, and we can look at doing 2nd and 3rd readings at a subsequent meeting when we've had the opportunity to have information brought back to us and hear back from the community.
Okay, sounds like a logical path forward. So would we have a motion for first reading? Councillor Graham?
I would make a motion that council grants first reading to the local highways management bylaw 1145/23 for the purpose of regulating the use of local highways under the direction, control, and management of Clearwater County.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. And then would there be a motion to perhaps table 2nd and 3rd readings? Is that a process forward, or just thinking about, well, anyway, whatever. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I would like to move that we table this issue pending the that we table this issue pending amendments and to give the public a little more opportunity to go through this and respond.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Seeing, Mr. Magnus, please.
So just for clarification for administration, the amendment that I'm hearing here for us to do a little deeper dive on is the section pertaining to the 4,500 kilograms and looking at farm vehicles. Is that what I understood?
But also the omissions, the changes that you mentioned at the beginning, like taking out section 1 and
Yeah, the second one was irrelevant. It had nothing to do with, it was with regards to the bylaw itself. And the additional changes, they will be put into the, when it comes back for second reading, they'll be in there. Yeah.
We probably could incorporate amendments as well if we're only dealing with 1 or 2 points, and it would save bringing in a further agenda item forward before or at a later date. Or, like I said, we can table and view those amendments at second reading, just getting a feel for. Okay. He made that motion? Okay. Well, I should pay more attention. So with that then, I guess I will, if there's no further discussion on the motion, I will call that motion then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for your attention and patience on that item. That was a good deep dive into something that's important to us all, I guess. We're at 3 o'clock here, and I'm just looking at the agenda. Let's take a short break here and be back at 10 after 3, please. Welcome back, everyone. After our recess, we continue through the agenda. The next items are items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 that will be managed in a closed session. And Councillor Northcott may have a comment.
Oh, just a short comment. I'll be stepping out and recusing myself just for one of the members that had applied for one of the board positions there. So I'll be stepping out for that.
So you'll be stepping out for item 9.1 most likely then. Okay, thank you for that. So with that, I would look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe? I assume you're making that motion? Yes, absolutely. Any discussion? All in favor then? And that's carried. We shall move into closed session. Welcome back, everyone, after our closed session. We will have a motion or two coming out of closed or relating to items discussed in closed session coming out. Would anybody be willing to make one motion coming out of closed session? Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, in relation to item 9.2, I will make the motion that council commit to hosting the 2026 Alberta Summer Games in partnership with the Town of Rocky Mountain House and direct administration to allocate $300,000 in the 2024 Community Service Recreation operating budget for the event.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Moves to item 10.1. That is draft RMA 2023 fall resolutions. And if you're following along in your hymnal, I believe that's page 135. Sorry? That's in item 10.2. So I believe Ms. Haight is going to lead us through this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid, and good afternoon, Council. So the staff recommendation before Council is as follows, that Council reviews, amends as required, and approves the attached draft submissions, implementation of the Alberta Police Advisory Board, and the Sustainable Community Hospice Funding Model for the RMA resolution process. Also ask that Council identify seconders for each of the above-mentioned resolutions, and that Council determines if draft resolutions are required for two other resolutions. So as per Council's direction on May 23rd, administration drafted two of the four resolutions requested as follows. The first one is the implementation of the Alberta Police Advisory Board, which is advocating for the implementation of the Operational Provincial Police Advisory Board. The next one is the Sustainable Community Hospice Funding Model, which is advocating for the implementation of a funding model for the provision of hospice services by community hospice societies. Based on the research findings on the other two resolutions, rural school funding formula adjustments and the stricter provincial regulations for sale of copper. In regards to Resolution 3, of most significance is that RMA is actively working on a resolution of similar intent that was submitted in 2022. In addition, the province updated the education funding model, increased grant funding for operations, maintenance, transportation, and capital projects. Analysis of how the increased budget and the updated funding model has impacted school authority budgets has not yet been sourced. And administration has not had opportunity to meet with local school authorities to discuss impacts of the changes to their budget. In regards to resolution number 4, as of 2020, there are tougher legislation and regulations for scrap metal dealers and recyclers that seem to be the same or stricter than other provinces like British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. There are no active RMA resolutions directly related to this issue. A similar RMA resolution, scrap metal copper theft, submitted in 2018, has the status of accepted by the province as a result of enhancements to legislation and regulations done in 2020. Analysis of how the updated legislation and regulations have impacted industry and stakeholders has not been sourced yet at this time. So administration is asking council to provide direction on whether these two resolutions are needed, and if so, that council consider deferring draft submissions until further research and analysis is completed.
Okay, any questions, comments? Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. I presented at CRMA, so 2 weeks ago now? A week ago? Anyway, Central Region RMA. The suggestion of the two resolutions, implementation of the police advisory board and the community hospice model, very well received. In fact, we have suggested seconders for both out of that particular meeting. It very much, our resolutions have very much aligned with the opinions of Central Region. So they were excited to eventually get them as a draft. So I would love to see the two that you recommended be supported by our council and go forward today.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
I would echo Deputy Ruth Malhoff, everything that she said. I think they look great in here, and I appreciate you guys looking into the other two as well. And I'm happy to move forward with the two that are presented here.
Okay. So that's the first two, 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4, we're gonna just watch how they might, what, go ahead, please.
If I would, if I may suggest that if council has decided that resolution 3 and 4 aren't required, that there be a motion that that council submits draft resolutions for those two, and then that motion be defeated. Or if council decides that, yes, they still want to submit those two resolutions, but defer them to a later date, then to make that motion.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
For the fourth one, we're waiting to see if it's the policing that, the actual policing of the recycling that's the issue, not necessarily the legislation, where we'd be asking to advocate for the legislation. So until we figure out the policing end of it, I don't know that that's really necessary. And for number 3, we just need to meet with our schools first. So, and I'd love to see us still go forward with that. So perhaps just a shelving of those until we can meet with them to determine if the funding has changed.
If council wishes, yes.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay,
Meet
sure,
with our
so-
school board to get their feedback.
Sure. I think that's probably be an
Look towards
agenda
spring.
topic when we get together with them at some point of time.
So are you looking for a motion to read that council reviews and approves draft submissions 1 and 2 and shelves draft submission 3 and removes draft submission 4?
If council, if there could be a motion that council approves the first two, the draft submissions for the first two, and then if council wishes to have a motion to defer the, I believe the third one, and then if a motion is, or if council doesn't feel that a resolution is required for number 4, then the motion would be that, yeah, to defeat that motion.
Okay.
For a draft resolution.
Okay, so I would happily move that council approves draft resolutions 1 and 2.
Okay. Clarity on that. Councillor Swanson?
No, my questions will be on 3 and 4.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion on that motion, I will call it. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Additional motions? Councillor
Sorry.
Swanson beat you to
Before
the punch.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff gets to the motion, I'm wondering if this council will just want to defer both resolutions for further through this winter, and there might be an opportunity to gain more information and bring this forward to, maybe to the spring, or we can decide in January whether we want to bring it forward to the spring conference.
Okay, we look for a motion to that effect, if that's agreeable. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
That sounds great, because I actually think we still need to do something about copper. It's just not necessarily stricter provincial regulations. It may be more police oversight on those regulations, that they actually be policed, et cetera. So I would agree and happily motion that we defer 3 and 4 until more information can be made so we can better advocate on those situations.
Okay. Did administration capture that? Thank you. Any discussion on those motion, or that motion? I call that one. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. takes us to item 10.2. Again, this is public, Tracy Lynn.
If I could have a motion to identify the seconders for
okay.
the, for resolution number 1 and number 2, please.
And I know Deputy Reeve Melhoff alluded that there was an unknown entity out there that was willing to second this, so if she would
Of
be
course,
so kind.
sorry, Reeve.
No, I just keep talking and just go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. In speaking with the Reeve from Mountain View, she had made mention that she would be comfortable bringing this to her council to have them second these resolutions.
One for both of them?
For both.
Oh,
Both.
okay.
So unless that somehow changes, it'd be great if we could reach out and get confirmation through resolution from their council as well. But they seemed very pleased to do that, and I spoke with her after the fact, and she said that I could say that here today.
Perfect.
Councillor Swanson?
Yes, and I also spoke to the Reeve of Wheatland County, of which she's been directly involved as well, said she would be pleased to second the hospice resolution too as well. So if, depending on, you have multiple calls to make.
Well, we
Do-
can bring
do you
it
need a
into
motion
a
for
wider
that?
conspiracy then, that would be good.
And a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
The council directs administration to reach out to Mountain View and Wheatland County to request official seconders for our resolutions for RMA.
Okay. Clarity on that motion then? We're good? All in favor? And that is carried.
Northern Sunrise really wanted to second our police motion, but they're a whole other district, so they're not allowed.
They're not allowed to do that, eh? Brings us to item 10.2, public member appointments, and I see Councillor Northcott's light is lit up.
Yeah, due to one of the public member applications, I'm going to step out and
Okay.
not
Thank
vote
you
on
for
this.
that. We'll allow you to step out while we work through this item. So we have a number of appointments or potential appointments. Let me just go to the item. Somebody else is probably supposed to deal with this rather than. Councillor Melhoff or Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe our first motion will be to nominate all of the,
It will.
Secret
all of,
ballots.
oh, secret ballot is first?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
a motion for council to use secret ballots in the selection of public members
there
for
we
the Agricultural Appeal Board.
Okay, I was just trying to find the official item there and who got to deal with it. And I know it's Tracy, but we kind of have it before us here. So we have a motion to
Secret ballots.
use secret ballots. Then. Any discussion relating to that motion? All in favor then? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We have a number of appointee or potential nominations for these appointments. I would look for a motion to nominate these applicants. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Oh, did we, okay. Motion to nominate the following applicants for Agricultural Appeal Board, public member positions. Stephanie Birch, John Folis, Mary Lynn, I should have practiced this, Colton Northcott, Ashley Perpelkin, Doug Skills. That was really painful, I'm sorry.
Perfect. Thank you for that motion. We have clarity on the nominees, and I believe we have a ballot before you. Yes, all in favor of those nominations? And that is carried. Thank you very much. So we will go into a secret ballot. In this, we will select those positions.
This is where we need the Jeopardy music or something. For the organizers,
Well, I could
we
sing.
need music.
I could sing, but that would be.
You can sing, I've heard you sing.
Well, It's a good way to clear a room, that's for sure.
We can all handbells. The organizational meeting will all do handbells.
We'll have handbells, I love it. I'll write that down somewhere.
You should. Penny would be so excited.
Perhaps I would recommend, Reeve, that we go into reports while we wait to hear back from.
This may take some time to actually tabulate those results, so I believe we could move on to the CAO report.
Do we bring Councilor Northcott back first?
I think the decision has already been brought forward, so I don't see a reason.
Councilor Northcott, come on down. We need to do like the prices right now.
So my favorite number of the day, 11.1. I'll go across the room to our CAO for his CAO report, please.
Thank you, Bylaw, Eden Council. The August 22nd, 2003 CAO report, the follow-up information on Clearwater County's 2022 RMA resolutions, Resolution 1822F, regulations for motors passing school buses with amber lights flashing. While the Government of Alberta has acknowledged school bus safety concerns, the advocated changes in this resolution remain largely unaddressed. The GOA cites the Student Transportation Task Force report of May 2021 as relevant, outlining industry challenges. However, it does not tackle the resolution's key points, enforcing a maximum 60 kilometers per hour speed limit when passing school buses with amber lights, and setting rules for signage at school bus stop signs on primary highways. The RMA will closely assess the report's implementation, especially regarding this resolution's directives. The aim is to comprehend how the recommendations are being acted upon and their potential impact on the raised concerns. The Resolution 1922F portion of funding from public land camping pass directed to the municipalities. The GOA has acknowledged the impacts of provincial recreation areas on neighboring municipalities, but has yet to present a plan or approach to significantly support these municipalities. While the public land camping pass addresses GOA costs, there's no mechanism to cover municipalities' expenses for services or impacts. The RMA intends to engage directly with affected municipalities to comprehend challenges from recreation land use or better understand the unique challenges these municipalities face during the recreational use of public land. These insights will enhance our understanding of the GOA's stance with the objective of establishing an equitable funding structure to alleviate financial strain. The RMA will keep members informed of any updates that arise and any subsequent developments related to the issue. Additional details about resolutions 1822F and 1922F can be found on the RMA's website, with each link conveniently provided in the respective heading. Second item, economic development update. Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, and the Rocky Chamber of Commerce jointly organized a business succession planning information session on June 15th. Attended by 16 individuals. The event guided business owners through initial steps for selling or transferring their business to the next generation. Featuring speakers, Susan Scott of Rocky Mountain House Law Offices and Mike Stanix from Accelerate LLP. The Economic Development Officer joined Exploration Nordig with a tour with Senior Travel Alberta staff on June 27th. The tour showcased the area and included discussions about tourism opportunities, challenges, and the potential role of the Alberta government in fostering industry growth. The Economic Development Officer continues to meet with businesses to get to know them and their goals and concerns. In July, he visited several tour operators in the southern part of the county around Yahatinda, where a positive summer season was noted despite low river levels and early fire bans affecting operations. Common concerns raised by these businesses include garbage and the irresponsible behavior of some of the random campers that frequent the area. There are 4 participating farms in Clearwater County for open farm days on August 19th and 20th. Each farm had an invitational video made with a poster shared in the local newspapers and via social media. Participants include Little Farm on Wall Street, Hemingia Heritage Farm and Nature Preserve, Wild Horse Mountain Ranch, and Michelle's Pasture Raised Chickens. And that concludes the CAO report.
Thank you for that. Any questions of our CAO? Councillor Graham, please.
I don't have a question. I just want to voice my frustration with the first resolution with the school bus safety. While I think it's great that first responders are being protected and the laws are changing surrounding passing vehicles that are first responders and tow trucks, et cetera. You know, the fact that the provincial government is putting all these rules in for adults who are trained, who are wearing safety gear, who are a lot more capable of handling traffic, and they're leaving children out there to fend for themselves still, because it's not in a report, is extremely frustrating to me, and I am incredibly disappointed with that. And that is all.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. 100% agree with you, and I would love to see us get a meeting with the minister so we can discuss this very thing at the upcoming RMA.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If there are none, I would look for a motion to accept the CAO report for information as presented. Councillor Ratcliffe, all in favor? And that is carried. I believe we can skip back to item 10.2 and find the results of the secret ballot for the appeal board appointments. Tracy Lynn, if you would.
Certainly, thank you.
Do we have a drum roll? No? Okay.
So the results of the secret ballot are that Stephanie Birch, John Follis, Marie Demian Lesick, Ashley Propelkin, and Doug Skeels are standing members, and Colton Northcott is alternate.
Okay. So I believe I'm looking at the order, should the order not be reversed on 3 and 4? We motion to appoint and then destroy the ballots? Or does it matter? It probably doesn't matter. And I think I would look to Councillor Northcott again, since we are going to be making a motion to appoint. If you've felt a need to recuse before, I'm probably going to suggest this could be another moment that might follow in consistency. So I guess I'll make a motion. Actually, I think I would prefer to see the motion for the appointments first. So I would look for that from a member of council. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, council appoints the public members, just as Tracy has listed,
Okay.
including the alternate, to the Agriculture Appeal Board for a term effective August 22nd, expiring October 24th.
Thank you. Administration capture that right on. Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then I would look for a motion to destroy the ballots. I think I heard an approval from Councillor Cermak. Thank you for that. All in favor then? And that is carried. And we can, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, there's one more second motion to that in the item, and it says that council appoints Tracy Haight as the designated officer to serve as the municipal secretary to the Agriculture Appeal Board, term effective August 22nd, 23, for the duration of her employment.
Thank you very much. I just noticed that now. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor then? And that is carried. All right, now we can welcome Councillor Northcott back to the fun and games here. And we continue on with a number of items related to reports. I think we should probably approve each of these reports as we go through. So if there are any questions on the first one, which is the capital project status update, or if there's anything that administration would like to highlight out of that, or questions of council. Councillor Swanson?
I would sincerely request that there's an opportunity for this council to actually go out to the Tauntaun Bridge and have, or to be able to recognize that structure at some point in time this fall before the snow falls. So if, I know we've been putting it off for a while, and maybe we can address it through, it would be forestry that would be designated that. If we could do that, please.
Well, it would be nice to have an official opening before we have to start an official remodeling, if, you know, from age.
Do you need a motion to that effect, or are you, we've been asking for it for a while.
Ms. Haight? Go ahead, please.
Hi, if I may just add, Agriculture and Community Services, along with myself, started work on that project, some type of grand opening celebration at the beginning of the year. But with the provincial election and all of that stuff, it was sort of put on hold. And Ag and Community Services do intend on picking up the ball and carrying on with that. So it is already administratively in the works.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else specific to the capital project status update report? If not, I look for a motion to accept that for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Yeah, I will make the motion to accept for information. I just had one question. I was down at the rodeo grounds. Is the path that we're building along the river road there, is that gonna be paved too, or just the road? Just the road. So there's the path there, but not, that part won't be paved to match with the pavement the town has put in on their paths?
Can double check, Deputy Reeve, but I do believe that that pathway is designed at a gravel status.
Okay.
I don't believe it's to be paved.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and I'll motion to accept the capital report.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on that report? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Any thing to highlight there, or any questions? Councillor Graham?
I'll make a motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Service report as information.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing. Anything on that report or briefing?
I love that we're getting them. I love that we're getting those. It's great.
Always concerned that there's more landings than takeoffs. Sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I move that we accept the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing as presented.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Item 11.5, which is Rocky Mountain House RCMP Detachment Policing Report, Q1. Any questions or things to highlight there? Councillor Graham?
I make a motion that we accept the Rocky Mountain House RCMP Detachment Policing Report Q1 as information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then likewise, the Sundry RCMP report. Anything to highlight or question there? Councillor Swanson, please.
No, I'll make a motion to accept the Sundry RCMP Detachment Policing Report Q1 for information.
Great, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Brings us to councillor reports. It looks like Councillor Graham is ready to go, so I'll pass the talking stick to her first. And
Thank you, Reeve. He had a fairly short and sweet report. I attended Market on Main with the library, the Rocky Library. That was a great experience. It was a rainy Thursday, unfortunately, so it wasn't a super busy day, but it was great to meet some people who go to the library, and I met a couple who moved to the county from, I believe it was Berlin. So they were in Calgary for a couple of years, but fairly new to Canada, and they were a great couple. It was great to meet them. I think all of us were at the Highway 11 twinning meeting, so I'm not going to get into that. I was sick, so I virtually attended the RMA District 2 Board of Directors meeting. Deputy Reeve Melhoff was there in person. I didn't bring my notes for it, so I don't have anything. I'll let Deputy Reeve Melhoff report on that one. The one thing I recommended that they should try and get Dr. Joy for one of our presenters, so I think that would be great for the meeting. And my final thing to report on is I attended the Leslieville Antique Days. It was wonderful, as per usual. I was able to talk to one of the volunteers, and she had spent 2 weeks before the Antique Days cleaning out buildings and stuff, and she was hoping to get it all cleaned out in 2 days after. So I thank you to all of the volunteers that make those days happen. It's a wonderful community event, and it was a roaring success. So that concludes my councillor report.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, we shall move along to Councillor Northcott, please.
My councillor activities are pretty quiet. I have really nothing to report other than attending the digital Highway 11 discussion for the twinning. Other than that, nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to the Deputy Reeve, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended Market on Main. We were requested by the town to help man their booth with them. And again, it was a rainy evening, but it was nice to, one, collaborate with the town, but two, see some of the questions the town was getting from their residents alongside the questions we were getting from ours. So it was very interesting, and I thank them for allowing us to do so. I believe our next time there is the 31st. We were invited to join them again on the 31st. So next Thursday. I can't attend, but hopefully we have team members that will be able to be there. The North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance hosted a workshop for the state of the watershed and also for land use bylaw suggestions that they'll send out to municipalities in order to work through protecting the watershed through actual land use regulations. So that was very, very interesting, and I look forward to seeing the work that comes out of that workshop. Highway 11 meeting as kind of the first part of my motion to help advocate on behalf of those 5 Mile residents from the section from Highway 22 to Rocky Mountain House. Unfortunately, the minister did not attend that meeting, but hopefully we can meet with him later to help advocate on behalf of them. CRMA, I went to Nehill and was there in person and presented our suggested draft resolutions. We didn't have them in hand, so it was just what we were coming forward with. And Wheatland is looking at building a resolution regarding home care funding, so that will go very well with our hospice resolution as well. And Stettler is looking at building a resolution for farm insurance and the correlation between having to declare an ag disaster and insurance claims. So while we don't need to declare a disaster in order to receive provincial funding, it appears that AFCA, the insurance company, the farm insurance, does not like to pay out farmers where an ag disaster has not been declared. So they're having an issue with their farmers being able to get insurance unless a disaster has been declared. So they're looking at building something to kind of clear that problem up. It just seemed like they got a lot more traction if the municipality had also said there was a problem instead of just individual farmers. The one thing I thought was super interesting as well was while traveling to Nehill, they had signs in their county of like tractor crossings or farm equipment crossings. So I looked into it, and the Traffic Safety Act now has those, the little farm equipment crossing signs. And I think that would be something that would be excellent for Clearwater County to look into, particularly on our paved roads. It's kind of a given that you'll be coming across farm equipment on our gravel roads. But on some of our other roads, it might be nice if we, like on our paved surfaces, if we showed that, hey, there could be a farm equipment crossing here. So might be worth looking into for the 2024 budget cycle, because I know that will be a budget ask. I had my counselor drop in, and I had questions regarding 752 Access Road, gravel permitting, SB 90, the Highway 11 concerns. several different things that I've forwarded onto the CAO to look into, and one of the most concerning was our county vehicle usage, and I know that is something that the CAO is already looking into. The Reeve opened up the playground at the historic site, and I had the pleasure of joining him on that, and my kids had a great time playing there, so that was that was nice, and I look forward to going back again. Ag Society had an open farm days dinner that I attended, where they had farm to table producers from all over the region, and they did a big dinner for that. It was great, and I look forward to that next year already. Battle of the Rockies, I attended that with my family, and my son and my husband volunteered there, and it was great, and I love that we can have events like that within our community, and I'm hopeful that next year Clearwater County will be able to help them with their fiber optic connections so that they can have those live streamed on the Cowboy Channel like they were requesting this year. So look forward to Clearwater County working with them to have that happen next year. And that's me. Sorry.
Sounds like a busy time, and I like your thought around the crossing for the agriculture. I know we have a number of signs that indicate a deer crossing, and think of this as a John Deere crossing. So I like it. Any additional questions for Councillor Melhoff? I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I have taken advantage of the kind of slowdown in council activity and caught up on a few other things. I did, on a poor audio-only connection, watch the Highway 11 twinning presentation, so I may have questions for others of you that had a better presentation than that. With some other councillors, I attended the historic site playground dedication last Saturday. It was also an opportunity to network a bit with some of the town councillors that were there and talk about other local issues. I did do some traveling, and something I found quite distressing was talking to people who have had 2 inches of rain and where all the little sloughs and ponds alongside the highway are dried up compared to the 15 or so inches of rain we've had here. Those farmers are in a problem. And that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Again, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Cermak, please.
I don't have a whole lot to report. I holidayed during most of it. I did attend Zoom on Highway 11. I think they got a lot of things they need to think about. He did say it was in the baby stages of being developed. I think they're creating a real bottleneck coming around between 5 Mile Corner and into Rocky. I think that's going to create a real bottleneck there. I think that could be planned out a little better. I did not get to attend the Pioneer Days at the Caroline Museum, which I heard was a great success. And they honored 4 different families, and they had people there that had, their ancestors had farmed in the community 100 years ago. I heard it was a great success. I don't know if anybody else attended.
I got a chance to be there. It was great. Councillor Swanson was there as well.
Right. Good. That's all my report is.
Sure. Questions for Councillor Cermak? I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Okay. Had a couple of bid committee meetings for the 2026 Alberta Youth Summer Games that will continue here for probably about another month, and then we'll be done with that, and we'll be waiting in limbo for the government's decision whether we win the bid or not. Did attend the Highway 11 expansion Zoom meeting. I had my councillor drop-in session as well on the 11th, and had 4 people come in on different types of ideas. Some was it on seniors, some of it was on focused healthcare in the community, and the third one was on, or the fourth one was on, two were on seniors, one was on the healthcare committee, and one was on the just different approaches that they were having on the highway. Just an explanation on the road widening, that happens. It's not, it's a requirement through Alberta Transportation, not on the county on that, so. With that, I did a bunch of community events. I slipped over to the mountain bike park. They had a group fundraiser at Rival. I did attend the Pioneer Days in Caroline. I drove to Castor on behalf of ASHA to present a certificate of congratulations for 60 years of the Paint Earth Lodge. It is truly a gem of a building, and it was 250 people. It was very, very well attended. To rush back to turn around, I volunteered with the museum to sell 50/50s at the chuck wagons that evening, and then turned around on the 2 nights later to help them sell some day sheets. I did participate in Open Farm Days on Sunday only, not the Saturday. So as just a quick overview, I had my gates open at 10 o'clock. It was a steady stream all day. I had 51 participants. My chickens, of course, were the stars of the show. I did bring up our horses and colts and some cattle for the kids to pet and observe and that kind of thing, a few taste samplings. The highlights were that there was the most curious of questions and conversations with the visitors that, yes, probably a third of them were local, but the majority were from either Edmonton, Calgary, Cochrane, and actually had a lady from Toronto. So that was really interesting to have those discussions. I did meet my newest neighbors. I had a couple of sales of acreages in my area, and those neighbors dropped in to introduce themselves. Great to meet those families. Actually, one neighbor has a history of where she grew up back in St. Paul. That's where I grew up. So we had a common bond right off the hop. It was a great opportunity to share that food to table conversation and connection. And as well, I did do a drive. We drove to Medicine Hat for a couple of days, and going through those particular counties to see the devastation of the drought there, and to not even see a gopher was, unbelievable how dry they are, and it will take years of repair. And then we've seen cattle, the closer we got to west, the cattle were on the irrigated quarters. That's where the cattle were. They were not out in the public pastures. So anyways, my heart goes out to those people that are in those areas, and hopefully they will have some help along the way. And that's it. And thank you to all. Thank you to all that attended the Open Farm Days. It was one of those things that I had Reeve Loughy come, and I'm like, you know your way around. I'm going to move on to the next person. So it was a self-guide, I think, for yourself, but I appreciate you coming.
Questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, I guess with my turn, I'll just say kudos to Councillor Swanson and all those people in Open Farm Days. It really showcases our ability to produce food locally here, and really to tell our stories about how we do that. I think it was very well received and very well enjoyed as well. So thank you for doing that work. I'll just go back into July. I did attend Market on Main. It's great to get out there with our fellow councillors from the town as well, and really have a positive interchange with the community, and understand the concerns that are out there, and that we're available and receptive to being in the public. And I'll just say that my councillor drop-in session on the 2nd was the first one that was extremely busy. I had people lined up all day, in fact went in partway into the afternoon, so it was quite well attended, and I think a positive energy there as well, or at least turned everything into more of a positive energy for sure. So I guess part of that Highway 11 twinning discussion was interesting to see where we are in with the Section B or Project B. I can report too that Section A, which is the part in the middle, is starting with the next round of public engagement. It's invitation only to affected landowners, and that'll happen in the first part of September. I'm one of those affected landowners, so I can say that part of the project is moving next steps, for sure. So it's good to see some action. It's not necessarily treated as one complete project, and that's what I got from our discussion with the Project B people. It's not the same consideration through the whole thing. It's kind of treated as multiple projects. So hopefully we see good positive results with more public engagement over the next number of weeks. I did go to the Pioneer Days, Caroline Wheels of Time Museum, where I was able to bring greetings on behalf of Clearwater County and present certificates to 4 very deserving families that have contributed to the fabric of our community for the last 100 years or more. And it was great to see those families represented out there, and that the museum really takes the initiative to create an event around celebrating those families. And then, yeah, I guess I think it was mentioned before, we did run out to the historic site where the Confluence Society has sponsored efforts around improving the playground facility there, so got to participate in bringing greetings again, and you know, really welcoming the community and visitors to a new upgraded playground facility there. I hope that makes it one more reason to go out there and rediscover that historic site. Great place to be. I should mention too, I don't know if there's another item here or not, but we will be having the air tour will be making a stop at our airport near the end of the month, along with a car group or wheels group. So bringing a really a touch point. Am I getting the wrong? No, okay. Yeah, no. So anyway, I look forward to that. There is a pancake breakfast as well as a fly-in with the air tour, and a number of cars will be following along with that air tour, as well as I believe there's an opportunity for local participation within the car show as well. So I look forward to that date. I hope everybody can join that, and that also brings a little focus to the good things that are happening out at our regional airport. So that is what I have for the moment. I would look for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Cermak was first. All in favor? And that is carried. Councillor remuneration, were there any things to highlight there? If there were not, I'd look for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as circulated. Councillor Swanson was first. All in favor? And that is carried. Quite a number of correspondence items. Is any of those 8 or so or 9 or so items anything that anybody wishes to highlight? Anything in there? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there anything that we can do to help with special areas and Stettler County that have sent in concerns regarding the insurance issues they're having and the declaration of an ag disaster? Is there anything that this council would like to do? Send in a letter of support, etc.? What are our thoughts on helping out those two communities, or request that our Ag Service Board sends in something through their chain? I know this has come through our chain, but it's also my understanding that the County of Stettler and special areas, their council is their Ag Service Board, so it's a little bit different. We have a separate Ag Service Board made up of public members as well. But I would like to help our neighboring ag partners, so thoughts? Okay. One of the other ones was Mark Mandel's letter requesting some assistance for potential resolution suggestions. This has been an issue we've had for quite a while now. We lost a physician because we couldn't get them privileges in this community, and he got privileges in the south in a week. And now we're having that exact same problem again with Red Deer not giving privileges to our surgeons. And we are at the risk of losing another great surgeon because Red Deer will not give them privileges. At the very minimum, I would like us to have a meeting with the new Minister of Health, if she'll have us, so that she can hopefully push this, because we have tried and tried and tried through our health engagement team, through Reeve and Mayor, going to the province. We still have not been able to get through. So let's try again. We have we have a new health minister. We can start beating that drum again, so that we hopefully don't lose another really good surgeon in our community, especially considering we're getting a brand new OR. So those are a couple of my things. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Oh, I appreciate what you're saying around, it seems to be the focus hasn't been on the satellite or the rural hospitals. I do believe with the investment, hopefully that investment follows with a review of how that is staffed and how they encourage and retain people, you know, those healthcare professionals to be able to support those, and ultimately support our community.
Well, my biggest concern is that if a physician can go down to the south or the north and get privileges, with the exact same dossier as they have here, they should be able to get privileges here. Why is it any different? We went through the work to recruit and retain somebody, and then Red Deer is in charge of their privileges, and I believe they're playing a political game with not handing out privileges. I know that maybe that's not the right thing to say on open camera, but that's what I truly believe is happening, and I think that we need to advocate for our own hospital, our own surgical facility, and our own residents, and have our surgeons here. Sorry, I could go on a soapbox for this forever.
Yes. Well, after sitting in this chair for about 6 years, I realize that politics does have something to do with it. Councillor Swanson.
100% agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and I think that should be our priority, is to get a meeting with Minister Lagrange as soon as possible on this, and even through Minister Nixon. Like, let's go through our own MLA, and he needs to be in the room as well.
And I think our MLA does have a portfolio that has some overlap with healthcare and the concerns, and certainly he's been very active in supporting the well-being of this community. So I believe there might be a good advocate there as well. So we'll continue kicking the shoes there, so to speak, and I believe that those efforts will yield fruit at some point in time. With that, then, I would look for, oh, sorry, Councillor Graham, did you have?
I was just gonna voice my agreements
Okay.
with Deputy Reeve Melhoff and Councillor Swanson.
Well, you just have, that's perfect. Councillor Swanson, please.
I'll make a motion to accept the correspondence as presented.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think that brings us down to, looking at my electric copy here, notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? I'll quickly skip forward to item 14 then. We would look for a motion for adjournment, if there was nothing else. As tradition, Councillor Northcott, thank you very much. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us. It was somewhat of a marathon again today, but I appreciate your attention, and we'll see you very soon.